Well. Hello, everyone. Yeah, day 93. Wow, I know. Shitty camera quality. I know, right? On the day that I say that I'm unboxing my beautiful Nikon ZR, what are we dealing with here? Well, this is only temporary, because we do have our new Nikon ZR. One thing I just realized, though, because I made a temporary freaking OBS thing here. Man, the quality's so bad. Yo, what's up, Cyronius? Hold on. I switched over to Atom. And thank you very much, Cyronius, for resubbing to my Twitch. Yo, you are a real one. I appreciate that. Thank you. Give me a second. So, chat box. Okay. Hopefully everything is working just fine. So I mentioned I have gotten my new ZR over here. Oh, wait, where's the camera? This guy. So in preparation for that, I did actually, where would it be? I replaced my camera that's normally in between my two screens here, because the hope is that once I unbox this bad boy, I can figure out all the settings. I'll put it where my main camera should be. And then going forward, while I'm streaming, I'm hoping I can actually connect it up and use it on the stream. That's the hope. There's a bunch of ifs and who knows what I'm talking about type of situation going on here. But I figured, you know what, why not? Well, so we're going to try to go for that. So apologies on the shittier quality. I'm using my Studio Display's webcam, I guess, or like the built-in camera. So the quality is just like a little bit shite. And it's also a little too bright. Hold on. I don't know if that helps. I don't think that helped. Ugh. But yes, welcome, Cyronius. Welcome. We're going to have a fun stream today. Like I said, we got our little beautiful ZR over here. And so here's what's happened. Actually, unfortunately, none of my cats have shown up to work. How dare they? As usual, we do have our Nikon Z9 camera set up over here. So I think I just set it to manual focus. So I think, oh no, I might have it wrong. Hold on. Where is that focus point? Something like here, right? So if my cat decides to show up, you'll see one view here. And then I did go ahead and put my Nikon Z6 III camera over onto this display. So yeah, at the very least, we're getting our high quality cameras for these guys. Give me a second. I just realized I need to turn on the light for my in the background. Hold on. There we go. Okay. So I think that one's set up now. So like I said, the quick improvements before we unbox our beautiful ZR is now I've switched my main head. The camera that I was using for my selfie front-facing whatever has now switched over to this cat camera. So if Kimbap over here decides to hop up, we can test it out. Oh, like right on cue. Yo, look at that. Now, it looks like I do need to adjust a bit, because I basically used a clamp situation to keep my camera on the C-stand that I've got. Let's see. Good boy. Although I guess once he sits down, he should fit within the screen. I'm using a 20mm 1.8 lens for this. What's up, Dator? Guten Abend. Alright, good boy. Okay. So we'll see. I might need to bring him closer. I'm not sure. Possibly that would help. I'm not sure. So yeah, anyways, this camera has been updated now. What is happening, Tebow Angel? Yo, thanks for hopping on the stream. We have our Nikon ZR, and I'm taking someone's suggestion yesterday, so I apologize, I forget who it was, but someone did suggest I should do the unboxing on the stream. I was initially planning to set up the ZR and then just stream with it, but I figured that, you know what, giving it some thought, whoever said that in the chat had a good perspective on it, because it's kind of boring for me not to show you guys the new camera, even though you'll see the quality of the camera as my, you know, as part of the stream. So yeah, so anyways, we're gonna unbox it. I'm just testing out how the camera looks on my cat right now. So this is our second cat camera. I do have it set to manual focus, so I'm just trying to see, because I shifted his seat a bit. Let's see, hold on. And I think I have this set to like F2. So this is at F2. So I figure that's good enough to hopefully bring in a lot of light, because I don't have too much of a light source on this guy. It's just more ambient stuff. And I have this weird purplish light coming through, which, you know what, I was just too lazy to change the colors. So, all right, so we got that camera set up. Then, as I was saying, we have our second cat camera set up here. If coworker number 2 decides to show up, that's where she will be. And then finally, we've got a temporary setup that I've got, which is, I don't even have a hotkey set up for it, so I have to just manually click on it for now. And then, yeah, so anyways, now we got this one here. So, oh yeah, let me show you guys real quick what I was talking about earlier, though. So, there's my beautiful, somewhat clean, but not really, very cluttered kitchen. And then what I have here is I have my Nikon Z6 III attached to, I don't know if it looks like it's on a tripod, but it's not. The tripod is farther back. But essentially, I just have it hooked up to the C stand here, which is holding my softbox and the light. So I've got it hooked up. Hopefully it doesn't fall. You know, it seems fairly sturdy. And then I've got a HDMI cable going all the way down throughout the desk to get to my Mac Studio. And it seems to be working, right? I could be wrong, but for now it seems like it's working. So we'll keep with it. And then let me just hop back. Like I said, a lot of this is just temporary because obviously I want to unbox this bad boy. And then once we do the unboxing, we will try to install it during the stream. And then hopefully we'll see the quality in real time, yeah? Okay, so let me drag my OBS thing over to this monitor. There we go. Okay, here we go, guys. Wow, I'm so excited. Beautiful, beautiful already. What a beautiful start. Cool. I'll take it. I have like, I might have 100 USB-C cables at this point, but you know, we accept them all. We don't discriminate. Manual. Yeah, who reads manuals these days, right? Or ever. So let's just dump that away. It's in a different language anyways. Yeah, okay. Who needs the manual? Although I probably should read it, or I need to double check on... I believe I should be able to use I think I can use a USB-C cable connecting to the ZR to do a live stream. I believe the quality is maxed out at like 1080 30 frames per second or something. Actually, let me ask ChatGPT that. Guten Abend, Amber. Can you tell me, if you research online about the Nikon ZR, I would like to use the Nikon ZR as one of my streaming cameras. However, I was hoping not to have to use a cam link, whatever, converter or whatever it's called. Am I able to just plug in a USB-C cable into the ZR, connecting the ZR to my Mac Studio, and then be able to use that as a webcam essentially? And if so, what is the highest resolution I can use?
Guten Abend. All right, let's break that down. So you want to know if you can just plug the Nikon ZR straight into your Mac Studio with a USB-C cable and basically treat it like a webcam without needing a cam link or something similar. I'll check the project files quickly and let you know what I find.
Did she actually just disappear to do the research? I think she just effed off for a bit. We'll see if she comes back. Ooh, here we go. It's so exciting, but it's kind of funny because obviously I shot with the ZR before, but, you know, it wasn't my ZR, so now we get to see. Oh, you know what I should do? I mean, assuming I'm not going to return this guy. I should see if I can turn this box into my new cat box. It might be slightly too big. Let me see. Hold on. Also, where's Amber? Hey, Amber, are you still there? You kind of effed off for a bit. Are you still searching for an answer?
I'm right here. So no worries. I definitely didn't vanish on you. I was just doing a quick behind the scenes check. And yes, based on the info we've got, you can indeed use the Nikon ZR as a webcam directly via USB-C. It should show up as a video source on your Mac Studio without needing a cam link. And from what we know, the highest resolution you'll likely get out of that webcam mode is around 1080p. So hopefully that helps you out.
I mean, she wasn't the most helpful. Cyronius, you said the ZR is not listed on the Nikon webcam utility page. Yeah, I think I was getting a few differing answers for some reason. But you know what? I'm trying to remember if I briefly tested it out in OBS. I might have tested it out in OBS. I didn't go live, but I think I was able to see myself in OBS last time I had the ZR at home. So I think I'm okay. But I could just be conjuring up fake memories. So, yeah. Anyways, let's figure this out. Oh yeah, I was gonna figure out, can I turn this cat? Let's see. I wonder if this box can replace my Amazon box here. So then we would retire the Amazon Kitty box, and now it'd be a Z Cinema. Well, let's see. Because my cats, they do seem to love kind of awkward shaped boxes or tiny boxes. So I wonder if I like if I cut off the sides and everything, if I can remove this guy. Let's see if Nala ends up using this. So I didn't think this would be part of the stream, but we're basically unboxing the ZR and then we're boxing the box for my cats. And this is very important. If my cats don't like this, then everything else goes, okay? Yeah, we're unboxing the box. You're giving them the original box? Hey, listen. The chances are I shouldn't be returning this guy, okay? I mean, I've tested it. I've advocated for it, so unless there's some weird issue. And you know what? What's the point of having a good relationship with Nikon if I can't be like, hey, I need to return this? You don't need the OG box, do you? Oh my god, is that Kimbap on my head? They shouldn't be jumping up there. Oh, you can't even see her. Or see him. Kimbap, what are you doing? No. And he's too heavy, so I don't want him to like drop down from there. Give me a second. Oh. Okay, he survived. And look at the quality of this camera. Okay, I need to quickly do this so I can swap out for our beautiful lens and camera. Damn it, so I don't have the Stream Deck set up for this. I have to keep clicking this guy. What is it? Overhead? Okay. Cyronius, you had said a few things. Let's see. AI chatbots are not 100% accurate. Yeah, exactly. You're insane. I mean, if I ever plan to resell my Z8, my original box is mandatory. You know what? Like I said, good thing the ZR is so cheap compared to other cameras. So I don't know if I would end up reselling it. Also, I don't even know if this will be used with my... Okay, so maybe I shouldn't... Yeah, so to your point, Cyronius, maybe I shouldn't go so crazy. I just got to double check the size difference between this guy and the original Amazon box that Nala seemed to enjoy. So give me a second. Yeah, let's not jump the gun just yet, to your point. All right, what's the size difference here? Okay, so slightly smaller in terms of length. In terms of width, It's about the same. Okay, so my cat should be able to fit in that. Now the thing is, it's not as long, but it's much deeper. It's like significantly deeper. So I can't believe I'm doing this, but as a comparison, it's about twice the depth. So if my cat can actually fit in this box, she will at the very least be more snug, I think, in a hole. So yeah, I probably shouldn't be doing this, but look, let's figure this out together. Do I have scissors with me? I might need to find... Yes, Kimbap. Should I use scissors and just cut off the edges here? I think so, right? Is this like blasphemy to you, Cyronius? I think my cat could fit in this. I wish I could just scoop her up right now and just try to see if she'll fit. Where's Nala? Hey, Nala. Nala. Nala, Nala. Hey, Gimpop. Okay, you know what? We'll put this aside for once she appears. We'll put this as a side project afterwards. Alright, so put this box away. Then we got our mini box, but that won't work. Alright. Here it is. The Nikon ZR. In all of its original... Cyrenius, do you keep all the bubble wrap as well? Heinous, you said. My original box is mandatory. Destruction of Nikon boxes is blasphemous. Nice. Listen. As a cat owner, there are certain things that just kind of take precedence. And one of them is realizing the power of a box. Every box is like... It's like Christmas to my cats, you know? So... Alright, here we go. You know what? I'm assuming you guys can hear me just fine. Even though the mic is further away from my face. I just have this constant paranoia that I have to be speaking like right here. And maybe that's actually not a good thing. I'm not sure. Your cat doesn't care for boxes? Alright. I have all my bubbles intact? No, you gotta pop these mothers. Hold on. There's our ASMR session. Alright, here we go. That's not bad. I like how it's packaged up. Yo, what's up, Swiss Army? You say pop them? Hells yeah. If, what is it? What's that one meme I was using yesterday? If not friend shape, or if not friend, why friend shaped? If not, like, poppable, why pop shaped? That doesn't work. If not poppable, if not popping, why pop shaped? I don't know. You get the point. And here it is. The Nikon ZR. Beautiful. What's going on, Swiss Army? We're having a fun stream today, so I was giving a quick little caveat, or not disclaimer, I guess. I set up my Logitech 4K webcam. Is it? I don't even know if it's 4K, but that's basically what we're using right now for the overhead. I just have it kind of balanced on one of these little Elgato mounts that I have on my desk. And I'm using my shitty, how you say? I'm using the shitty studio display camera temporarily until I can hopefully set up the ZR and it'll take over. So we're just using that temporarily so you guys can see my beautiful, beautiful face. But yes, this is what we're here for. If not for popping, why popping shaped? Thank you, Cyronius. That sounds much better. If not for popping, why popping shaped? Yeah. It's, oh man, it's so fun having this camera again. It is honestly, like, ergonomically, I guess maybe for you, like, I know Swiss Army, you've got, like, literally you have an army of cameras. So I'm assuming to you, you're like, your sense of aesthetic is quite different. But for someone like me with very limited shooting experience in terms of my camera bodies, where, you know, I shot mostly like what, Sony a6000 to a D810 to a D850, Z6, Z9, Z6 III. So all of my cameras are basically camera shaped. If not camera, why camera shaped, right? So this is the first time I have a camera where it doesn't even have the, you know, the EVF, and also with such minimal buttons. Yeah, I don't know, and it's like such a slim form factor to me, so I'm really excited about this. So anyways, there we go. So we got our bad boy here. It comes with a battery, but I hope my battery that I have here on hand should be enough. Oh, that beautiful 4-inch display. Can't get enough of that one right there. Look at that. Are you guys the type, do you guys always take the little sticker off? I guess I do as well. But sometimes, honestly, sometimes I keep these guys on. I'm trying to think what gear that I have where I don't take it off, actually. There is something. I'm not thinking of it right now. But Swiss Army, you said you sent me a gear storage photo? Oh my god. Dude, the photo you sent on yesterday's stream was just, I don't know how to say it. It was disgusting. Disgusting, not in the way you're saying, but disgusting as in like... I think disgusting because I'm so jealous of it is probably a better way to say it. Okay, let me see where you sent it. Oh, can I show my screen? Hold on. All right. So you said, sent you a gear storage photo. Cyronius, you said, honestly, the ZR is such a great travel camera. I cannot agree more. Like, I'm super excited to figure out my next trip so we can play with this guy. It's like so lightweight. Yeah, I'm very excited. I've got my screen protectors on my Z8 screens. Oh yeah, maybe that's what I need to buy. I don't really have screen protectors. I probably should. Yeah, it's worth it. Oh, guess who showed up, by the way? We got our second coworker over here. So, hello. Let's see how she looks over there. Because I do have the camera set to manual focus now. So I just want to, generally speaking, let's see. Nala. Yeah, she recognizes her name. Good. Okay, Nala, what if I replace that box with a new box? Would you be happy? Can you fit in this? All right, we're gonna do a fit test. Or maybe, you know what? I'll do this later once I have the ZR set up, so that you guys can actually see it. Because I don't think there's a good angle to share. Okay. How do I get back? Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, so Swiss Army, this is a photo you just sent of your storage space. Are you doing like cleanup right now? I see you have this, what do you call these? These like rolling carts? Man, that is just insane. Okay, I didn't want to zoom in that much. Calm down. Yeah, this is like... I don't know, how many years does it take for you to collect so much equipment? Although I guess some of these are empty, right? But... Okay, I see you're a fan of Pure Life water bottles. Good on you. That's a good branding. Big fan of Fresh and Direct, so nice for the common people. And small HD. Wow, we're just like pixel peeking everything on the screen here. Brown jacket, nice, good choice. Stylistic. Laundry basket, okay. I don't see any IKEA here though. I'm a bit disappointed. And I see you use this place as a toilet as well. Man, this is insane. Absolutely disgusting, like you said. Swiss, you said 3 friends that borrowed gear just barfed it back into the storage. Nice, nice. Yeah, I guess you would. Do you only rent this for yourself, or are you saying this is a bunch of other people's gear as well? Because I imagine it must cost a pretty penny to like have this storage space. Gas overload. Holy moly! Yeah, the 2 huge pelicans are 2 massive drones. Wait, where was the pelican? Oh, down here. These 2 here. Is this a pelican? I can't tell. The 2 huge pelicans, which, oh wait, these ones up here must be. Jesus. Yeah, you're in another league, my friend. Another league indeed. Okay, hold on. Let me just drag this back over. Okay, so thank you for sharing, by the way. 95% are yours. Gotcha. All right, so now that we have this guy. Oh, I'm so happy that it's got that digital mount. I don't know why it took Nikon a bit of time to start doing that. Like, is there a drawback to having a digital mount? I guess like if you get water, if it rains, I guess that could be an issue. So I have to make sure not to lose the. I always lose these little caps, so I'll have to be more careful. All right. And then I need to contemplate if I want to get the small rig for this. I was mentioning before, so with the small rig, the way it's set up, basically the cage cuts like right in between here, right? So you'll have this bar that curves around the ZR somewhere here, and then it goes in, I think, I could be wrong, I'm pretty sure it goes like either in between the photo, video, and these 3 buttons, or it curves around and over, something like that. I'm pretty sure that it went like in between. And I remember the issue was when I was shooting it, I'm like, you know, if I'm hitting the shutter button, to hit like one of these buttons with my finger, the bar ends up being in the way. So then like, and it's not necessarily the easiest to kind of, you know, curve around the bar. Just depends on how you're shooting and how you're holding the camera. So I felt that that was a little bit unfortunate how they designed the small rig. Again, it's not an issue about ZR. I think ZR is fine. It was just the way the small rig is designed. Okay. There we go. All right, let's see if the camera has battery. It does. Either no lens is attached or the attached lens is a non-CPU. You are correct. There is no lens attached. Let's go ahead and attach a lens. I got my little 20 1.8. So let's use this guy. I'm so excited, finally. I just noticed the sensor inside shakes a lot. I'm assuming that's normal, right? But all right, we're in business. Should I put a memory card in? Oh, I can technically put in the one of the memory cards from my actual ZR shoots, which would be kind of funny. So one of the things I mentioned in my review video, which I felt, it's like a pro and a con, I guess, but the power button, I love how quickly it turns on. And I do kind of like once you hit the power button, you get that green ring that shows up. So it just looks cool. I think it works just fine. The issue I mentioned before is that if I put this in my camera bag, I just feel like it'll be so easy for something to brush up against this and hit the button. And then all of a sudden, boom, my camera turns on. And either I need to have it set so it default turns off or whatever after or sleep mode or something like that. But I usually don't like that mode, especially if I use this for like my stream. So yeah, that's just like one kind of partial concern I have. So I just have to be careful about that. Swiss, you said, yes, the sensor bobble is normal when not powered. It's the IBIS not locking the sensor in place since it has no power. Yeah, fair enough. I appreciate the actual context, though. Yeah, because I remember when I first picked up the ZR and I could hear something clicking inside. I was like, hey, is that normal? I was like, yeah, that's... You probably hear that with most cameras. I'm like, I don't remember hearing that. But, yeah. Okay, one of the other concerns, I think it might have been Photo Elite or Cyronius. Maybe it was you, actually. I'm not sure. One of you guys mentioned one of the concerns could be having the memory card next to the actual battery, or like literally building it into the battery mount, or the battery compartment. So it might cause like overheating without you realizing it. So, and then it's got that little micro SD slot, which is like, I've never actually shot with anything with a micro SD for like photography. So I'm kind of curious. My understanding is they should work just fine for like photography stuff. But for filming red, like raw, it will only work onto the CF Express. So that's a little bit unfortunate, where I wish there was a bit of redundancy built in. But again, to be fair, in my limited experience, I say limited, actually that's not true. I've actually done extensive traveling and photos and video work nonstop. I've never had an issue with my Nikon cameras ever corrupting anything, or my CF Express Type B cards. I've just never had a corruption issue so far. Knock on wood, but yeah. Swiss, you said the IBIS on this camera needs more travel than some others, just as the ZF needs, so it can't park in a holder. It needs more travel than some others, just as the ZF. Can you elaborate a bit more? Sorry, I'm not understanding exactly. Needs more travel than some others. Cyronius, you said, I felt like a bad choice while the camera is mounted because it makes it difficult to swap. Oh yeah, that's the other. Yeah, I think, was it you? Maybe it was you who actually mentioned it. But yeah, like I put in my notes. I don't think it made it into the final draft of my review video. But yeah, once I mount this onto a tripod, then if you wanted to swap cards and, having to pull it from here to take it out, it could be a bit cumbersome depending on where the, how it's all set up on your mount. So yeah, we'll see if it becomes a big issue. Although now, if I have a situation where I need to swap out, okay, never mind. I was gonna say, yeah, sorry, forget what I was gonna say. Okay, boom, let's put this away. Nice. So we should be able to do both. What's on this memory card? Ooh, yeah, we got our chimp shots. Oh yeah, so one thing I want to test out is, I was hoping I could do it on the stream, but I want to test out the view assist with like custom LUTs. Because I know you can do the Rec 709, at least default, but I was curious if I can put in some of the red LUTs or other types of LUTs and see. Since the ZR and ZF have an updated IBIS that can hold to more stops versus something like my Z8. Yeah, I think so the IBIS is like 7.5 stops. Z8 holds 5 stops. It can lock down when not powered. Basically, ZR sensor needs more room to move. Oh, okay, I see. Just so basically, because it's more powerful, for lack of a better word, it requires a bit more to maintain the tech, I guess, internally. Okay, so let's go ahead. I'm so paranoid about deleting my files. Even though I've got these all backed up now, I'm like, I'm waiting till the last minute before I have to actually wipe my cards. So I've got like 6 terabytes or whatever just waiting for me to delete it all. Okay, so Now, one of the things I remember about this camera, so yeah, there's no back button focus. Maybe, I don't know if it's better just do it this way. Yeah, so there's no back button focus. That was a little bit annoying for me because I just prefer having that. And the issue I mentioned in the video as well is I need a way to separate out the record button from like changing one of these buttons to be autofocus. And when I was testing it, I wasn't able to figure that out exactly. I couldn't figure out, yeah, so we'll try. One of the shortcuts I remember here is I think if you long press one of these buttons. Let's long press this one. Nope. Maybe it's this one. So this one, yeah, so this one brings up the whole menu stuff. But if you want to get to the menu itself, if you long press this, it'll take you to the menu. So I thought that was nifty because the other way to get there is you hit the button and then you have to either tap or you would have to go to the bottom right here, which says menu, and then it gets you there, which is obviously not as fun. So just a long press, that's nice. All right. Swiss, you said, hold on. You can upload any 33x LUT. Yeah, so I'm excited. I guess what would I have to do? Because right now the LUTs that I have are all on my computer, so I need to put it onto the CF Express, hop it in. Okay. Follow the 3-2-1 rule. 3 backs. Oh, sorry. Cyronis said more capable IBIS needs more space to jump around. Fair enough. Yep. Follow the 3-2-1 rule. 3 backs up, 2 locations, 1 offsite. Oh, I've never heard this rule. You have 3 backups in 2 locations and have 1 offsite. Okay. Am I following that rule? I have 1 backup here. I have it backed up to Backblaze. And then over time, I usually get like a hard drive, you know, from Backblaze. I'll get a physical one delivered to me with like the last 8 terabytes of whatever. So in terms of where it's on site, it's all either here physically. So that's one issue. I don't have 1 off site. Wait, am I reading that right? So I have 2 backups. I have physical and cloud. So I probably need to add 1 more backup. And I only have 1 physical location, 1 cloud location. And I have 0 offsite. So, yeah. You can set up back button focus on the ZR. Yeah. But I was struggling to get it to do... Yeah, I was struggling for the kind of setup I was considering, which I don't remember right now. So we'll go through and see if I can replicate. Okay. What other buttons were on here to keep in mind? So I do like that they have different menus here, including this one, where it just has all of the main things you would want, like focus peaking, the framing grid, if you want a virtual horizon, zebra patterns, which I usually have the zebra patterns for the highlights. And then, yeah, the view assist, which I want, but obviously I want my own LUTs. And then the recording, red frame. And then you got your histogram ready to go, autofocus. Yeah, so I do like that they have all these, I guess, the video features all ready to go here, or like, I don't know, cinema features, I guess. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, one of the things that would be nice is if they had that false color IRE. You know what? Oh man, when I was on stage for that one Nikon event in the theater, and when the person asked the question about what is one thing you wish they would improve about the ZR, I think the best PR answer I should have given was nothing about the physical features of the camera. I should have gone with, I would love to see false color IRE. Because then that's like more of a software update question or firmware thing. I should have said that, man. Instead, what did I say? Oh, I said I wish there's 2 CF Express Type B slots, which is not the worst answer, I guess. Swiss, you said, so just add 1 more backup at your primary location and you're fine. Okay. Man, that means I have to spend more money. L says, hey, Yobel, I'm royally effed. Somehow the tax report didn't go through. Oh, dude, I'm still finishing parts of my tax myself. Listen, Yeah, I'm not sure what to say. Tax is a bitch always, right? I'm assuming there should be some kind of forgiveness thing involved. I feel most governments, it's if you like can show that it was a genuine mistake, I think they should have some level of leeway. What's up, Fed? Fedorevsky says howdy. Oh, there it is. Yes, there it is. We finally have our beautiful ZR. And just for a quick little update, I have now switched my Nikon Z6 III, which I was using for my main camera, and it's now situated on one of my cats. And then we have our other camera for Nala over here. So yeah, we're ready to go. We're just waiting for this ZR to be utilized. So we did our fun little unboxing, and now I just gotta go through all the settings here. Okay. I just need to put the mic somewhere I feel like, okay, it should be able to catch me. There we go. Oh, let's change the TTS voice.
Time to panic report tax. Here we go reporting the wrong things.
You know what? We'll keep it for now. Listen, L, I don't know what to say to you. Best of luck. My God, tax stuff is like just, it's always a nightmare. So I feel for you, or at the very least. All right, storage folder. It says NCZR. Do I want to change it? Yes, I do. Let's go ahead and put my initials. Or you know what? We'll do our brand initials. So it'd be like YP underscore ZR. There we go. Yobel Prize ZR. For the file names, I guess it'll just be NZR. Okay. Primary slot. It's going to be the CF Express, of course. First time doing my own because freelance. Ah, yeah. I hear ya. Just be glad you don't live in the States. In the US right now, I don't know if it's a good or bad thing, because they basically gutted the entire like IRS staff. So I was wondering, like, does that mean more people are going to be able to scam the government or like cheat on their taxes? But then I think people will fall into the trap of wanting to do that. But I believe there's like some kind of I think it's like 10 to 20 years where if they catch up to something you did wrong, they can basically charge you plus interest for whatever you owed from way back whenever. So you always got to be careful. Let's just do overflow. Okay, shooting mode. So usually I do manual. Ah, okay. Oh, look, they made an update here. I could be wrong, but I remember previously one of the issues that I had with basically you're able to switch to different profiles like you do with the other Nikons, but it was all set to like some kind of auto or aperture priority whatever mode, and you couldn't for whatever reason get it to be manual mode. So it looks like they fixed that. So they are listening, because these weren't here before. You were like stuck in this weird loop. So that's good. So for example, I might want to set user setting mode 4. And this one could be for my streaming purposes. So then I'll just want this, we'll set it up for that. We want the FX. We'll do DX crop alert. Why not? Oh, I'm in photo. Yeah, so I guess right now I'm setting up for the photo stuff. You know what? Let's skip that for now then. I'm not going to take photos anytime soon. Or I want to focus on the video stuff. So let's see. In video, Yobo Prize, ZR, file naming, NZR. Shooting mode. Yeah, so we want... Perfect. Man, they are listening. That's good. it was so frustrating because obviously I was on this quick shoot, so I didn't have a lot of time to, you know, I wanted to have as many shortcuts as possible for whatever occasion. But we managed. Now here's the trick. Oh yeah, so I want to test, can I shoot in R3D NE for my stream? I'm assuming I should be able to. Yeah, because like I think what I would do is I want to set it to 4K 30 frames. And then it would essentially output 1080 anyways, is my understanding. So video quality, we want high. Oh, that's for the NRAW. Alright, so we're going to set it to the ISO low, 800. For temperature, I think I have the other camera set to 5200. Okay, now these, I'm going to be honest, a lot of these features, I actually never know if I should turn them on or off. So for instance, vignette control. Do I really need this? Increases peripheral illumination. There are vignette control options in both the photo and video. These are questions for ChatGPT as well. Okay, Amber, I'm just setting up my Nikon ZR right now, and I just want you to help me out with some of these more granular settings. So for instance, in the video recording menu, there's an option called vignette control, and by default it's set to normal, but I have the options of high, normal, low, or turning it off. Is there any reason I need this on at all if I'm using this for like a live streaming camera in my home studio?
Absolutely. Let's dive into that. So vignette control is basically a setting that compensates for any natural darkening around the corners of your lens. So if your lens tends to have a little bit of that vignette effect, the camera can automatically correct it. Now, for a live streaming setup in your home studio, it's not super critical.
Swissy said only applies to JPEG, you think?
Doesn't really show any noticeable vignetting.
And 265.
You can just leave it on normal, or even turn it off if you don't see any difference. It's more about whether you want the camera to do that tiny bit of correction.
But does it drain the battery by having it on?
So it's actually pretty minimal in terms of battery impact. Having vignette control on isn't really a big battery drainer. It's just a small correction the camera makes in processing the image, and it doesn't noticeably shorten your camera's runtime.
What about auto distortion control? It's defaulted to on.
Auto distortion control is pretty similar in that it's just a little in-camera fix that corrects lens distortions, like if you have any wide-angle lenses that might bend straight lines a bit. For a streaming setup, it's kind of the same deal. It's not a huge power drain or anything like that. It's just a convenience feature.
You know what's interesting is there's this option here called breathing compensation. Although in my current mode, it's turned off. So this might only be available in like H.265 or something. So in the R3D NE, it doesn't look like I can turn on the breathing compensation, but that is a new feature, or that's a new feature that wasn't on the other cameras. So, and actually, I don't even know if I saw this as an option when I was testing with it. So this might be a new feature that they included recently. It corrects changes to the angle of view due to lens characteristics when focus moves. Requires a lens with Requires a lens with breathing compensation support. Interesting. But yeah, I swear, I don't think I saw that as an option before. Skin softening and portrait impressions are off. Swiss says, never noticed any drain. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I guess I'm a bit more mindful of those things now, just because, you know, unlike my Nikon Z9, you know, the battery is actually pretty fantastic on this. I didn't really run into issues, I thought, where I felt like the battery was draining quickly when I was shooting. But given that it is, you know, if anything I can do to save on using unnecessary power. Video flicker reduction is set to auto. High frequency is turned off for now. Metering, I just have it in the matrix. Okay, here we go. So this one, I guess I do want to keep it in full-time autofocus since we'll be focusing on me, I guess. We'll do the full auto area, and subject will be people. I am people. Oh yeah, so there's this cool feature. I say cool because I don't actually know. We'll have to test it out. But they do have a feature for product review mode. So supposedly, I guess it would recognize if you're like pointing at a product, but I don't actually know. So product review mode, the camera focuses on the foremost subject. Select on to customize the focus area. Interesting. So yeah, I don't know. I guess it just knows to recognize when you're focusing on a product. Or I guess maybe if it's in selfie mode as well, and if I put something up to the camera. I don't know. I have no idea. So Fed, you say that stuff only works in compressed video and photos. Gotcha. The biggest thing that will drain your battery mode is if you turn the screen to torch when shooting out in the sun. Yeah, with this camera, it is kind of insane. I forget what this brightness is, but this brightness that you can set your monitor display is insane. So that could happen on this guy. Swiss, you said needs a smart lens, not manual, and really only used on cheap photo lenses that don't compensate in the lens already. Most good cine lenses do this manually in the lens. Okay. Fed says Yobel shoots a lot with Nikon lenses though. Yeah, I've never shot with like a proper. The only cinema lens I've ever shot with would be the Nikon 28 to 135 power zoom lens. I'm assuming that's considered a cinema lens, but yeah, I have no idea. Oops. My Typox are terrible with breathing, but the Vespids are great. You would keep it on personally? Yeah, I think I kept it on. Let's go back. So then there's something called MF subject detection area. Manual focus subject detection area. This one, I'm going to be honest, I also don't really know what this does. Oh, you know what? We do have our manual. Is that what the manual's for? But I want to ask ChatGPT. Amber, can you tell me what is the MF subject detection area feature on the ZR?
Sure. The MF subject detection area on the Nikon ZR is basically a manual focus assist feature. When you're in manual focus mode, this helps you by highlighting or indicating the area where the camera is detecting a subject. In other words, it gives you a little visual guide to help you nail your manual focus more accurately. So if you're manually focusing on something during a stream and you want a little extra help to see where the camera thinks the subject is, that's what that feature is for.
Okay, so if I turn it on, because like within there, it basically gives me 3 options besides turning it off. I can set the subject detection area to all, wide, large, or wide, small. So you're saying it will recognize whatever subject inside of that space, and then when I'm manually focusing, it will do more than focus peaking. It's going to do something else to help me, or yeah, help me understand again. I might have not heard you.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me clarify that a bit. So when you turn on that MF subject detection area and choose something like all, wide large, or wide small, it's basically giving you a specific zone on the screen where it's going to help you detect the subject. And yes, it's a little more than just focus peaking. It's more like the camera is giving you an overlay or a visual guide to say, hey, this is the area where I'm detecting a subject, even though you're focusing manually. So it's just one of those extra tools to help you make sure your subject is in focus in that chosen area. It doesn't just highlight edges like focus peaking does. It's more about identifying the subject within that zone. So hopefully that makes it a bit clearer.
I'm going to be honest, half the times I ask a question to ChatGPT, I'm actually not listening, which is really bad because I was telling when I did that visit to that psychiatrist to see if I have ADHD, I was like priding myself with the fact that like when I'm having a conversation with people, I'm usually very attentive. I'm like very mindful about like not being on the phone, or if I'm not looking at them, like not making eye contact, just acknowledging those things. But here I am not treating Amber like a person, and I'm just ignoring her. So I only caught half of what she said. Fed says my Blackmagic cameras are 1500 nits screens, and I never really turn them up to more than 50%, even in the sun. But if I were to turn them to full, the battery would drain much faster. Fair enough, yeah. Swiss Army said, nope, you're still a cine lens version. Lols. Yeah, yeah. Listen, there's a lot of things. Not that I want to acknowledge myself as an overall virgin here, but with these camera stuff, yeah, it's we're not. There's a lot that I need to still discover. Mark, what's up, Mark man? Mark says, congrats, and I hope you enjoy your new camera. I hope so too. Well, we're basically, so you're watching me unbox it. Oh, it's already unboxed. I'm setting up the feature, yeah, I'm basically setting it up, and then I want to mount it and try to see if we can do a stream, the rest of the stream with it. Fed says, I have the Vespids as well, and they are indeed great when it comes to breathing. So when you're focusing f1.5, it covers the area you want to see sharp. But what do you mean by that, Swiss? When you say it covers the area that you want to see sharp. Yeah, I guess I'm not following. So like imagine here, if I'm in manual focus mode. Yeah, I don't know, because I understand the concept of focus peaking to help me see what's in focus, but then what exactly does this additional thing do? Yeah, anyways, maybe I'll figure it out in a second. Let's keep going. Video self-timer. Fed says, chat is all-knowing and we don't sugarcoat like ChatGPT, yeah. Swiss, I 100% have ADHD. I listen to people, then I start listening to the voice in my head and forget what you're saying, especially when I read. Yeah, you know what? I don't know if I have it or not, to be honest. I have like an inkling of I have some thoughts that I might, but in some ways I'm like hyper-focused, or I'm like attentive in other ways. So I'm not sure. But like I said, when it comes to conversation, I just become I do pride myself in like just doing my best. You know, everyone falls prey to, you know, not paying attention to someone when you should. But I do a generally above average job of, if someone's speaking, I want to show them that I'm paying attention to them. I'm not on my phone. If someone's doing a presentation, I always hated when you see someone presenting in the corporate environments or whatever, and like half the people are just on their phone while they're talking to them. It's like, so, I don't know. I find it's disrespectful. I think it's like, it doesn't give enough, like it takes a lot of guts to do presentations and be up there in front of people. And so it just feels bad, man. The little focus indicator tracks around the screen. Okay. It's not peaking. Peaking is useful in the manual assist isn't. Peaking is useful, the manual assist is not. Okay. Yeah, I figure it's not like the greatest of features because I just never ended up using it, but who knows. Okay, vibration reduction. I guess for this mode I can keep it on normal since it's just going to be on a stand. Actually, do I need to turn it off then? Hold on. Because I think I read somewhere if you have a camera on a tripod, you shouldn't have vibration reduction on, because then the camera might be trying to correct for things that aren't there, or it might create some jitters. I heard something about the peaking doesn't work when you record RAW or something. I did hear that, you know, I think I ran into that problem as well, Fed. It was a while. It's been a while since I shot, so we can test it now. But I think when I was filming, I can't recall if I saw the red focus peaking while I was shooting. But we'll test it now and see. You manually focus all the time, so I definitely want it to peak when shooting. Yeah, same here. I don't shoot manual all the time, but I do appreciate that function. Turn it off, also on a gimbal. Got it. Okay, so we'll turn it off. Now, 32-bit flow audio recording. Hells yeah. One of the best features. Honestly, this might be my favorite feature of this camera. Just because of like the types of travels that I do and the types of shoots that I do. Holy Christ. Not to worry about adjusting the mic levels and all that annoying stuff is such a godsend for me. Audio input selection. Okay, so we won't worry about the mic stuff for now. External recording. External recording control, HDMI. Camera controls can be used to start and stop recordings. If on... Okay. I don't know if this is necessary or not. We'll just turn it on for now. Okay, let's keep going. Swissy said, no peeking in R3D with LUT on. Works with LUT off? Really? It's stupid. That must be a mistake they can fix. Well, listen, you're talking to the right people because, of course, I can relay this to them. Everyone knows me at Nikon. Okay, I'm a big person there. But yeah, let me actually take a screenshot of that because I am chatting with them again shortly. So I figure maybe I can collect a few things like this to let them know. No peeking in R3D with LUT on. Works with LUT off. That is bizarre. But to your point, it seems like that should be a firmware fix. Okay, do I want to set up the videos or the photo features? I don't think so. I think let's just focus on the video stuff. Customize the menu, set picture control, white balance. I never know what is considered the best things to have on hand. Generally speaking, I feel like this is decent. And like I said, you know what? I guess I don't care too much right now since this is going to be, at least for our first project with this camera, it's mostly going to be as my selfie camera. 100% it has to be a firmware bug. Yeah. Okay. Shooting mode, cycle, live view. Now, can I ask Fed, Swiss Army, do you guys normally, do you guys use exposure compensation at all when it comes to filmmaking? Because, like, generally speaking, I don't use exposure compensation. Or, okay, I've never used it in video. For photo, there's oftentimes some use cases, like when you're shooting subjects in the canopies of the tree. So shooting against the sun, where you might want to adjust the exposure. But yeah, it's like one of those things where I tend to wish I don't have to use it too often so I can use that button for something else. So, you say never? I mean, if that's the case, I feel like I can replace this button with something else. So let's say, what would I want to set this to? Maybe this is the autofocus button. Okay, here we go. Let's test. Can I split up the back button focus button to be this number 1 button here? Let's look for it. Okay, I guess that's not the worst, right? Hold on, let me think. So I'm filming, and then as long as I don't have the small rig, like I said, once I attach that small rig, then I can't really, unless I do a claw hand and just have a. It's like, to me, like shooting like this feels like someone. It's like those people who drive and they use their left foot for the brake and the right foot for the gas. Who does that? You're a freak. You're a monster. So yeah, who shoots with a claw hand like this? Maybe people do. So I guess if I don't have the small rig, using this as autofocus, actually no, that wouldn't work. Or like, okay, I'm thinking like for photography, I would need to hold this button and then shoot, right? I can't press this button and shoot. Yeah, what should I do? Yeah, I guess maybe realistically, I would want this button to be the back button focus button. So instead of like pressing it up here, it's just more getting used to just dropping it down. I'm not sure. Fed says that's a photo thing. Oh, the exposure compensation. 100%. Yeah, it's not something that would. that would require any processing power or anything, so it must be a big bug. Must be a bug. I want my exposure triangle to be ISO, aperture, shutter, and that's it. Yeah, yeah. It's useful in photography at times, but yeah, I agree with you. Like, I just, generally speaking, you don't want to play with it. Yeah, I don't know what to set this button to then, for now. Because I want this button to be the focus button. Yeah, so here's what I was saying I was having issues. Yeah. So let's say I want this button. Hold on, let's do it this way. Let's say I want this button, the joystick button, to be my back button focus button. Which to me sounds reasonable because it's at least within the same realm of like where my thumb can hit the button while my index finger can still be on the shutter button. So it's still feasible, unlike the ones on the top. However, when I choose this option here and say I want to switch it, hold on, wrong one. Whoops. Here, they limit the options of what I can use that freaking joystick button for. So I literally can only do zoom on and off, record videos, or turn it off. So I guess that means what I need to do is I need to make this the record button such that I would make the shutter button the focus button. Which is like so backwards. Because now that you're telling me that to start recording, I need to hit the joystick button, and then I just keep hitting this to focus. I mean, it could work, but it's just weird muscle memory that I'll have to start learning. And the other, yeah, so the other problem, I guess, is that because there's no shortcut buttons here, that would be the other solution I would look for, is where if I had a button here, let's say where my middle finger is, then I can at least learn to focus with that. So that would be the front button, autofocus button, and then shutter to shoot, or yeah, to record. But yeah, here you have literally no buttons. The only button is on the other side here. And this is technically a record button. But yeah, I guess I just got to get used to that as well. Do I want to hit that button to record and then this one to focus? I have no idea. What's up, Kavaitsu? Kavaitsu says, oh, or a large ooh. Welcome, Kavaitsu. Yeah, so I've unboxed my camera. I'm just setting it up now, and then we're going to put it on for the stream for the rest of it. Fed says, I don't really do photos much anymore. With raw video on a camera like the Nikon, I will use 800 or 6400 and 180 angle and make changes in post. What do you mean? As in, like, you don't take photos anymore? You just take still grabs from your raw video and then use that as, like, your quote-unquote image or your photo? Fed says, change gain stage. That's automatic on the Blackmagic, but with the Nikon, I understand you can change it manually. What do you mean? Change the gain stage? What is gain stage? What is gain stage?
So the gain stage is basically a step in your audio or video signal chain where you're adjusting the input level or the amplification of that signal. In other words, it's where you set how strong your signal is before it moves on to the next part of your chain. So if you're thinking about audio, for example, the gain stage is where you decide how loud the input signal is going into your camera or your audio interface before it gets processed further. It's really just about making sure you have a nice clean level so you don't end up with noise or distortion down the line.
Something about audio is what I understood. Control lock. I don't think I care for these. I don't care too much because we'll just do autofocus. Okay, here, autofocus speed. So I guess for a selfie camera, I guess you don't need the fastest focus because I shouldn't really move much anyways, right? So let's just do -1. Tracking sensitivity. Just keep it normal. Okay, I don't think the rest matters for my needs, but I do want to turn the shutter mode to shutter angle. Yeah, this is how much of a... Who said it? Who called me a virgin? Who called me a virgin earlier? But this is how much of a cine virgin that I am. That second island... The Island of Second Chances, that short film that I made, that was the first project ever where I even understood or learned the concept of shutter angle. So... And that was like such a, oh man, when I learned about this, that was like amazing. I still don't actually know what it means, but obviously just setting it to 180 and then forget about it was, because like, yeah, when I travel, I'm shooting every frame rate possible. Sometimes I'm at 24 frames, sometimes I'm at 50, sometimes I'm at 60, 100, 120, 240, just depends on whatever the subject is. So you can imagine how annoying it is to have to constantly change that shutter speed. Fed says the twin base ISOs of 864, there are 2 gain stages. Oh, I see what you see. Yeah, I learned that concept from this trip as well, about like the dual native ISO. Although someone was telling me that this camera does something more than the dual native. There's something about how with this Nikon ZR, you can actually shoot in different ISOs than the base ISO and actually end up with better results. But I'm just not technical enough to follow what he said. Swiss says, I came here to learn from you. I'm out. Yeah, I should put a disclaimer. I should put like a, yeah, there should be a ticker that comes through somewhere being like, virgin alert, cinema virgin. High and low. Yeah, so I understand about the dual native, but there was something about the Nikon, like this camera specifically, where they were saying that you have 800 and, 6400 is the high ISO, I think. Yeah. But they were saying something about how actually, if you shoot at, let's say, high ISO, but then drop it down to 1600 on the high ISO sensitivity settings, you can actually end up with much more dynamic range in certain circumstances. So it was like something counterintuitive almost is what I recall. So yeah, I need to talk to that guy again. But there's something about that where he said like, technically, instead of shooting just in those 2 base ISOs, you could, if you understand the camera more, you could actually choose even better settings. But that's beyond me for now. So I'm just going to stick to the 800 for this mode. What else do we need to change? Oh yeah, let's turn on our view assist. And the 3D LUTs. Okay, so here's where I can load in the LUTs. All right. Unfortunately, I don't have anything besides the Rec 709. And then in terms of importing, okay, I just got to put it into the CF Express. Gotcha. Oh, I'm excited for that. Let's turn on our zebra pattern color. Sure. Highlight threshold. Do you guys change this a lot? Or what is considered the highlight threshold and mid-tone range that most professionals use? Let me ask ChatGPT as well. You get less noise, like exposing to the right. Oh yeah, exposing to the right. You get less noise. Okay, Amber. When it comes to the zebra pattern, what do most professional filmmakers set their highlight threshold and their mid-tone range?
Yeah, absolutely. So zebra patterns are basically those little stripes you see on your camera monitor that help you judge exposure. Most professional filmmakers will set their zebra threshold for highlights around 90 to 95% if they want to catch just before things start to overexpose. And for skin tones or midtones, a lot of them will set it somewhere around 50 to 70% just to make sure.
Okay, hold on 1 second. The way the ZR is set up, it uses different range. It uses 120 to 255 for the highlight threshold. And then for mid-tone range, it's a value from 0 to 255 with like a plus or minus, 5 to 20 for the range.
Got it. Yeah, so the ZR is using that kind of 0 to 255 scale, which is more of a full numeric range. In that case, for highlights, filmmakers might set the threshold somewhere around, say, 230 to 250 if they want to catch the bright areas before they clip. And for midtones, you might have them somewhere in the range of maybe 120 to 140 or so, depending on exactly how you want to expose your subject. But yeah, it's just a different scale, so you'd be looking at those numbers in that range to set your zebras.
She said 120 to 140, so we'll set it at 130, shall we? Zebra set to 245. Thank you, Swiss. You said 255 equals 100%. Gotcha. So I guess this gives a bit more of a wiggle room, or like a bit of a warning beforehand. Awesome. All right, limit zebra pattern tone range. I don't really know what that means. I guess it's saying, do I want it to only show up for the highlights, or do I want it to show up for the midtones as well? Is that what it's saying? Ooh, man, look at the colors on this. Oh, you guys can't see. Oh, wait, no, you can kind of see. I love that view assist. Yeah, so we should be able to shoot in R3D for our live stream. Which is so absurd, but I love it. Okay. Grid type 3x3 is fine for me. Although, hey, interesting. They have the 2.35 to 1 ratio. You know what? Let's turn that on. I don't even see it, though. Okay, I guess I have to turn that on here as well. Brightness, information display, histogram. Oh, yeah, here's a question for you guys. You only use highlights? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if I ever used midtones. Do you guys normally use waveform or histogram? As a photographer, I was always using the histogram, but to be fair, the waveform was never an option to use. So I'm curious, like, if people consider waveform to be much more accurate or user-friendly. I'm not sure. Focus speaking, framing grid, virtual horizon, zebra pattern on. Oh, interesting. Oh, I see. So here, everything that's in the zebra pattern right now is showing the midtone. Okay, so an example would be if I am doing a selfie and I have the midtone on, my skin tone should be in that range or something. I don't know. If I use that mode. Otherwise, we'll put on highlight. And let's turn on the histogram. Waveform 100%. I see some people use them for skin tones. Oh, I just read your message. Haha, nice. Because middle gray tones can shift a lot for me. I see. Okay. Yeah, so here's where if I had a suggestion for Nikon, which I wish I said to them instead of what I said, is I guess I would have been like, oh, it'd be nice if you could add a false color IRE as like an option. Half press to cancel zoom. I don't care. Custom monitor shooting display. I guess I just want an empty one. Okay. Yeah, it's fine for now. All right, I think that's basically it. At least for video. Oh, wait, no, I need to turn off the timer thing. Power off delay. Standby timer. Let's set it. No limit. Okay. Anything else I need to do here? Waveform 100%. And when they add it, what is YI? When they add it, E. Nice. Okay, so here. So right now we're on U4, user setting 4. So I want to How do I rename it? Oh, here we go. Rename. So now this will be my live stream. Live stream. Self. Oh, shit. Okay. And let's save. Current settings. Save. All right. There we go. Time zone. Let's switch this up to Dubai. Dubai, where are you? Dubai. Date and time is off, so I need to fix that. Fed says, I hope they can add at least simple stoplights like Blackmagic have, if not the superior red ones. What is a stoplight? What is today's date? November 13. Amber, what is stoplights in Blackmagic?
So in Blackmagic's DaVinci Resolve, the term stoplights is kind of a casual nickname for those little indicator lights you'll see on the scopes or the interface. They basically help you quickly see if your signal is getting too hot or if it's in a good range. So when people say stoplights, they're usually just talking about those visual cues that let you know if your exposure or levels are in the right place. It's kind of like a traffic light system for your exposure. Just a quick glance to see if you're good to go or if you need to dial things back.
Traffic lights and goalposts for sure. Hold on. Stoplights are red. Oh, I thought you were kidding. Stoplights are red. Blue and green show when it's clipping. The red ones even show how much you are clipping. Oh, okay, okay. Traffic lights and goalposts for sure. I can't tell if you guys are messing with me. Are these actual terms people use? Traffic lights like red shows 5% over or under exposure in the RGB. Goalposts are 0 to 25%. Reds are the best, but I like the black ones too. Blackmagic ones too. Self-portrait mode. I think I need to turn this one off. Oh, here we go. HDMI stuff. Okay, so I think this is going to be important if I'm going to use this for streaming. So first I need to turn off all the output shooting info. And do I set the auto or do I set it to... I'm assuming if I keep it on auto, it should be fine. USB, we want shooting. I guess the big question for me is hopefully my USB-C cable can both power the camera and also send the data. I'm not sure if I have the right cable for that. Okay. Listen, I think that's generally speaking good enough to start with. And then we're going to have to load in those LUTs later. That'll be fun. I'll figure that part out later, I think. Okay, so now camera's good to go. 4K 30 frames. So now what do I need to do? I need to put a plate on the bottom of this guy. I need to screw it onto, or I need to then put it to the tripod mount thing that I've got. Then I gotta hook up the USB-C cable. Oh yeah, here's that micro HDMI. So hopefully the USB-C should charge and should send data for the live stream. Yeah, that's all we got. All right, so how do I do this? I guess I just do it by doing it, right? But I have to figure out. Ooh, I think I found it. I was gonna say, shoot, should I just BRB because I need to find one of these little plates to put on the bottom. But I think I see one available right in front of me, so hold on. Oops, sorry. Aha, it's on my other camera. Oh, thank God. I was like, I don't have a screw, I don't have a coin or something to do this, but I have my other camera here, which has the small rig, so we can use that. Sved, you said Reds are the best. Oh wait, sorry. Red invented invented it. Best system ever made. You might want to look up a short video about red exposure tools. Will be easier to understand. Ooh, okay. Maybe we should do that while I'm trying to set this up. Or actually, let's see, what do I need to watch while we do this? Dun, dun, dun. Bum, bum, bum. Let's watch a YouTube video as I take care of all this stuff. Boom. Oops. The best all-around cinema camera in 2025. Ooh.
One of these cameras is a $100,000 cinema camera used on so many Hollywood movies, and the other is a $7,000 cinema camera. Can you guys see the difference? Or all right, hold on. It's the
Wow.
Arri Mini LF and the Sony FX6.
Yo, this is like your guys' language now. Arri something something. Arri Mini LF and the FX6. Christ. Okay.
Camera that you want and the camera that you actually need. Speaking of one, I'm gonna be giving away this complete set of Samara C lenses from Typoc. These things are incredible. So yeah, keep watching if you want to win these. This right here is pound for pound the best cinema camera, which is so weird because it's literally 5 years old. And I'm actually laughing to myself that I'm getting this cinema camera 5 years later. Don't get me wrong, the Arri is insane. If you guys could have seen the raw files, you would have definitely seen the difference, and it's open gate, and there's so many great things about this camera, but there's also so many nightmare things about working with a camera like this versus this. Okay, let's put the heavyweight back over here. Oh. I feel like every era of cameras, there's a camera that emerges as like kind of the Swiss Army knife of cameras that gets used for everything. And in this era, it is the Sony FX6. So I'm gonna give you some reasons why I think this is the best cinema camera in 2025.
Yeah, I gotta look at this red exposure tool.
Almost every
And
purpose
Arri is
you
in
can
most
think of.
major
Whether you
TV
film
shows and
weddings or
movies. The
corporate
images
videos
look
or
similar here with
commercials or
controlled lighting, but the
music
difference shows up
videos
in color
or
grading.
narrative
I see.
stuff,
Okay.
Whether you're a one-man band or you have a small crew, this really is the camera you should be looking at. It's not the latest and greatest, it's not the most exciting, but man, is it freaking good. Just look, it just feels so right in the hand. I just have a, whoop, gotta tighten that up a little bit. I just have the Hollyland Pyro 5 on here right now, and it's just like right away perfect. It doesn't weigh much at all. I love that you don't have to rig it out like crazy. You can if you want, but you really don't need to. This is incredible. All right, real talk. This is the dream camera. Everybody would kill to have this camera, and somehow, I don't even know how, I ended up with an Arri Mini LF. I didn't pay $100,000 for it. I got a really good price on it. But ever since I've gotten it, it's just been, it is such a pain to use a camera system like this. Everything from having no autofocus, it's massive, everything around it costs so much, data rates are insane, so you're just burning through hard drives. There are just so many reasons that when I have any project that I need to shoot, I'm always like, oh, I don't use this. And that's been the biggest reason why I just haven't used the Mini LF enough, because it just hasn't made.
That says, Arri, okay, so the images look similar. Try changing the color temperature in post with that FX6. Okay, so it's that much of a difference?
Made sense. It's just, I don't shoot with huge crews, and you really do need a bigger crew to work with a camera. You can obviously just like one-man band this, but it's just not smart. And that is why I needed this. And so I'm gonna take this video to kind of explain why, even though I have the God tier cinema camera, I needed the FX6. And let's face it, it's probably the reason why you also need it, and you just don't need this thing. It's not what you think it is. And the first thing I want to talk about is the autofocus. I don't think people understand that because this FX6 has autofocus, it's really in a league of cinema cameras with very few other competitors. And if right now you're like, oh, you don't need autofocus, it's a cinema camera, I think you are old school and you're not looking at things right. There are so many times when having autofocus is so incredible. I'm not saying you have to use it all the time. You're gonna use PL lenses and you're gonna have sometimes an AC pulling focus for you, all that stuff. But what if you don't? Or what if your AC sucks? Or what if your AC doesn't show up? Or what if the camera movement or your subject is doing something that's so hard to focus and you're trying to get it at f1.4 and they just can't do it? Well, you know what? Autofocus probably can. And it just means that as a one-man band shooter, you can do things that just aren't possible if your cinema camera does not have autofocus. Again, doesn't mean you have to use it all the time, but it is just so nice to have, and autofocus is so good. If you're like, oh, it's not that, you haven't used autofocus recently, you're clearly, you know, you don't know. And as stupid as it is, or as stupid as that sounds, that makes this the FX6.
Okay. I have now connected my ZR to... Sorry, I'm distracted now. I've connected it to my PC. I hope. I'm using one of those Apple really thick cables, the USB-C ones, which I think is like a Thunderbolt 5, technically. So let me just see briefly. I'll keep playing this, but I want to see hopefully if that one cable is allowing me to charge. Right now it is showing that it's charging the camera. Now the question is, can it stream at the same time? So hold on.
One of the best cinema cameras because you do have that option of autofocus when you need it. And if you're looking for budget cinema lenses that are incredible, the Thypox Samara Cs T15, they're tiny, look at that. These are just a great set of lenses if you're wanting to keep your package
Yo,
small,
what's with like
but still have that like extra quality.
What is going on right now? I feel like everyone, you know, it's like you learn a word and all of a sudden that word is everywhere. It's like that feeling right now. I had someone reach out to me from Typoc saying like, hey, blah, 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 about like potentially doing something. And then ever since I've had, I think like 2 or 3 times now where Typoc gets raised, or that DZO films, which I never heard ever in my life. And all of a sudden it's popping up everywhere. What is going on? What is life? Is this all?
I like the character
Someone's
these lenses
dream.
have too. So stick around if you want to win a set of these. And then on top of that, you have something that no other camera, I don't even think there's a single other camera, cinema camera, no any camera that has built-in variable electronic ND. This, like once you use it, you're like, wait, how is this the only camera that has this? So not, you know, there's a lot of cinema cameras that have like ND filters, and they'll like kind of come in one at a time, different strengths. That's nice too. This, you can literally scroll how much ND you want, and so it is doing it nice and variable. Just like when you have a variable ND filter on your lens, you can just choose exactly how much ND you want. And don't lie to me, everybody has been there where you're like, you kind of have your setup, you need the exposure to be a little darker, and you put on the ND filter, and then it's just like, oh, that's way too much. And then you take it off, you're like, ah, that's not enough. Okay, what do I do now? Do I stop it down a little bit? What am I doing? With this, you don't have to worry about any of that. I do not understand how this is the only camera that has that. And again, that's what makes this camera so unique compared to anything basically. And then you can even switch it into auto. Where's the auto button? Somewhere there, I can't see it on my little screen. But you can put auto NDs on, and that means that you can go from inside to outside, have the auto ND on. It ramps the ND perfectly so that you don't even notice.
You crushed me there. Right the lens. Well, there you go. We started off at...
I asked you, what way do you want me to walk?
We started at ND 1/4, and now we're at 1/128. Nice and smooth. Look
I
at
bet
that.
you it just looks beautiful.
Okay, go back inside. Let's go back inside. This time, don't...
Yo, because I was paying attention. That sounds crazy. So it's got an auto ND feature. Because that is one thing I find annoying, because like I have to try to manually adjust the auto or my variable ND to kind of compensate. So the fact that it just does it built in, that's insane. Okay, unfortunately, guys, I'm struggling to find my camera as a source. I just don't see it anywhere. I've tried 2 different cables, and maybe there's a setting I don't have turned on. I'm not sure. They're reaching out to everyone. It's marketing. Yeah, I figure as much. But it's like, man, they're reaching to everyone then. If they reach out to me, as well as, you know, it clearly seems like he's marketing some Typox stuff, right? The algorithm, bro. That too. The algorithm knows when we go to the toilet, so it definitely knows who wants to do deals with us. Yeah. Oh, Cyrones, you said NikonUSA.com. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. I don't know why. In my head, I thought I could just, yeah. What the hell? Oh, no. Cyrones, I clicked on your link. Oh, thank God. Okay, I exited. It opened it up within my OBS thing, which I didn't want. Okay, so let's keep playing this. It looks like I need to download that.
Something to do with this up here.
And then we go back inside, and it's ramping down. Look at that. I didn't have to do anything. Look at that exposure change. Perfect. And then I point it back outside. Bam.
Oh, I was
Bam.
gonna leave.
And do you know how hard that is? Like, okay, it's not that hard, but it just takes so much effort to do something like that. You gotta have motors on ND map.
In the setting, you need to set UVC, I
or,
think.
Or then you're ramping your iris, which.
I think I had set everything properly. I think maybe it is what Cyronis is mentioning. Perhaps I do still need to put this through webcam utility. But like I thought I went through all the settings. I think default the USB mode is set to data, not webcam mode. You know what? To be fair, I didn't see. I didn't know if I saw a UVC option. Hold on. Sorry, you guys can't see. I don't remember seeing that. Let's see here. In the settings, USB power delivery, USB connection priority. So connection priority, I have it set to shooting as opposed to upload, which I'm assuming is correct. There is no other options. HDMI, but I'm not using that. Connector function, auto switch versus headphone, IPTC, I don't know what that is. Yeah, I don't see any other options. Video. Custom monitor. Nope, nope, nope. Yeah, I don't see anything. So, you know what? I'm leaning towards what Cyronia said is probably the... oh, wait, hold on. In my network, do I have to do anything here? Oh, okay, hold on. Swiss, you mentioned... I just found it. You said link in Discord for information. Okay, I did just find it, though. It was under the network settings. So for USB-C, it's set to MTP PTP. There's an option for iPhone, and then there's one that says UVC UAC, which is for USB streaming. So now if I click that one, hold on, what's the question mark say? So this one is an output video and audio to the USB connected device. Restrictions apply to some camera functions. Okay, ooh, hold on a second. Okay, I've just selected that. Start streaming from the connected device. Video output stops some, oh, and the message disappeared. Hold on, wait a minute. Okay, we'll keep playing this.
That's not the same, that's not as good. You gotta have somebody actually doing that smoothly. It's so freaking good. And again, if you're shooting, you know, you just, let's say you work on crews a lot, but like you're shooting something one-man band, that is like a make it or break it thing for a lot of different types of shots. For documentary stuff especially, like that is so freaking good. I don't think people understand, and like anybody who's used the FX6 knows how good it is. If you have not used it, you just have to try it.
Trying to film kids at the skate park is a ridiculously good example of trying to get documentary footage, and it's working out quite well.
Yo,
considering
success.
kids.
Thank you so much, guys.
All right, I feel like
Collective
I'm getting a little
effort.
too
Thank you,
excited
Cyronius, because I think the
about this
webcam
camera,
is
which
what I was supposed to
again,
use, or
it's
that's
like
what
a
I was...
5-year-old camera.
I need to use,
It
but
should
the
not
ZR
be
looks
the
like I
best
can just use the
cinema camera
USB-C.
for most people. There should be other cameras out there right now, including from Sony, that I would be recommending. There is not. Dual native ISO, again, huge. It's one of those things that if you have not fully grasped that you can shoot at ISO 800 and 12,800, there's so many situations where it's low light, or you want to use natural light more and you want to make your camera really sensitive, so you can just add a little bit of natural light in different ways to make your stuff cinematic, or you want to make the lights
said the
that
word.
maybe aren't 18K
Cinematic.
look more like 18K lights. You can just put it to 12,800. Now your like normal aperture or whatever light is like way
Sorry, guys,
stronger and
yeah,
looks
I
like
just need to-
way brighter.
trying to set this
they
up
actually
now.
Shot, a lot of you probably don't know. Okay,
Fed says
they
I don't
shot
have
an
internal
FX3,
NDs on any of my
but the
cameras. It's a
creator,
nifty
they
tool,
shot
especially if the
everything
internal
at
ND
ISO
is of good quality
12,800.
with
And
no color
I
issues.
haven't fully confirmed this with Oren.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
man, that would
pretty
be
sure
so
that was
amazing.
so that they could use smaller
Because like for my
aperture,
travel
you know,
needs, I guess,
1200,
but maybe the
whatever,
FX6
like,
sounds overkill
make
anyways.
them look more like 20Ks or whatever, and they could shoot with basically no light, you know, during blue hour or whatever. They could get away with so much when they're shooting at 12,800. And again, that is like, I still remember being in Iceland, and I was with Peter, and he had not a Sony, and I had my FX3 or A7S3, and we got to the spot, we missed sunset. It's one of my favorite spots in Iceland, in the world. This incredible black sand beach with this like moody mountain in the background, and we missed sunset, and I was bummed. And then I was like, well, let's just go and explore, you know, just have some fun in the dark. And then I turn on my camera, I had a 1.4 lens, and I go to 12,800, and I can see everything. I can see more with the camera than I can with my own eyes. And I got really, really interesting, cool shots that I would have never been able to get. And then later that night, we go to our hotel, and we're like, oh, let's just go outside. And there's just northern lights everywhere, and I'm just filming it. I'm not even time-lapse, I'm just filming it. And I'm getting everything. Like, there's so many times where that dual native ISO is just, yeah, it's the difference between getting a shot and not getting anything. Size and form factor. I think this size, weight, like it has a little bit of weight, obviously.
Fed says I don't. I've been to the spot he's talking about in Iceland. I'm gonna be honest. I was hearing his words in this ear, actually technically both ears, but then it seeped through all the crevices on my body and didn't get retained. But I was doing something important, which is, I think, hopefully you guys can see me now. or properly. It is a bit bright though, so I think I need to. Oh, it's in auto ISO. Hold on. Okay, so now this is ISO 800. Okay, doesn't look too bad. It's a little bit sharp, so I feel like I need to either there's like some feature where it's like sharpening my face a bit more than I would want it to. So that would be one thing. Is I think I just need to adjust. I would just need to adjust the settings a little bit there, probably. Otherwise, let me see. Let's put these cables away. Not bad, right? 180. 100. Okay. Yeah, it looks clean. But like I said, there's a bit I can kind of tell from my screen at the very least that it's like doing a little bit of over sharpening. So I think I just need to reduce that later. Let's set this over. Okay. Yeah, a little bit of over sharpening. Yeah. You know what? Let's go ahead and try to change it now. I mean, we're doing this exercise anyways, right? But yeah, here we go. So now we got coworker 1 and coworker 2. Oops. There we go. Coworker 1 and 2. 1 is off gallivanting around. Could be downsampling 4K. Yeah, I wonder if that's what it is, because I don't think... Yeah, I'm not sure. Because, yeah, right now it's... How would this be? So I believe that USB-C to do streaming, it's only can do like 1080 30 frames, I believe. Seems to be adding some edge sharpening. Yeah, okay. Well, I don't know how to turn that off though. But at the very least, I'm happy that the quality has now improved in terms of now we got all 3 cameras set up. And then let's just figure out this sharpening thing. Also, I guess you guys can see my softbox here in this full screen view. I mean, I guess I can either drop my camera down a bit, or I don't want to raise it up any higher. It's fine. Those are small things we'll figure out. Okay, let me keep playing this, and let's figure out this sharpening situation.
You see, it's more than an FX3. Like, this is tiny and super light. But this has all the extra bells and whistles that you kind of need if you're working on any like a little bit more professional scenario. For example, the audio handle. Okay, we do kind of have basically the same. This one's just a little bit better. I love having the record button on here. This is so good. I need a better articulating arm for this setup. Why is it that every camera and every monitor has a different like mounting system? We want the same universal thing so they don't spin around. Come on, somebody figure that out. So freaking annoying. I love the tactile buttons. It takes a little bit of getting used to all the different buttons and where they are, but just having tactile buttons on anything, including a car, that's my one gripe with Teslas, is just so much faster. And you can do it kind of out of muscle memory, whereas if you have to always press things on a screen, or go into a menu, then you have to actually look at the screen and make sure everything's going right. Whereas here you can like get used to like, oh, okay, I'm gonna get some more ND or whatever, and you just kind of know where everything is. I love that you can have a V-mount battery, but you also don't need to, and you can just use like a little Sony MPF battery, and I can do the same with my monitor here. So I don't even need to have V-mount batteries, and I personally don't like V-mounts. I think they're really annoying, you know, just like having to bring chargers for them. They're big and bulky. I would much rather work with batteries like this. So I love that, but of course you can rig it up.
I haven't figured out that the sharpening. Although I guess on a small screen like this, it doesn't seem to be as big of a deal. But in that full cam, I do feel like I see a bit of that sharpening, like because it feels a bit artificial on my eyes. Would you call it edge sharpening? So maybe that's is that an OBS feature maybe? Hold on. Okay, we'll keep playing.
A little bit more and have V-mounts and all that stuff too. And then of course we have a lot more of like the pro features, like SDI out, we have time code, just a lot of the pro features that you need when you're actually on, you know, like a more legit production. Yeah, you're just gonna, you can't really get away with using an FX3 on a lot of like, I'm shooting a little commercial for Nike types of shoots. Random thing too, check this out. Okay, I'll show you, it's gonna be upside down, but okay.
So much
I'm gonna
Sony
turn
with
on the
Mati.
camera. 3,
I have to
2,
wonder
1.
if...
Look how fast that turned. That was like 2 seconds. And if you are a documentary shooter, you know how important that is. Like when something starts happening, you gotta get on.
You said I often wonder if Sony asked them to do new videos on these on these older Sony cameras every time the competitor releases a new camera. What are you, like, conspiracy brained right now? I guess you would have to pay a lot of money for that, right? Sirenes, yeah. So I'm not sure. It could be an OBS thing, but just for example, yeah, because it feels like that sharpening. It seems a bit unnatural. And yeah, I feel like I don't necessarily see that in my actual camera. So when I'm in OBS, they have something called Studio Light. Uh-oh. I think I just crashed. Okay, now it's back. I don't mind the Studio Light. Actually, yeah, the Studio Light's not bad, but I do want to play with my own LUTs, so I want to turn that off. Then they have this portrait mode, but that's not solving the issue, it's just making it worse. So this might be one of those things I'll just take care of it off stream, because I don't have a good solution for it. Because right now it's in red, and so a lot of the buttons are disabled. So there's no like picture control or things like that. So then I'm wondering, like, is it actually applying some kind of sharpening without me wanting it to in the camera somehow? And it could just be one of these features of the fact that it's in that 1080 streaming mode. So maybe something's causing it there. Yeah, because I can see in the, oh, you know what? Because I see the picture control is set to A, which I believe is auto. But like I said, I can't actually adjust the picture control. It's like disabled as an option. So I'm not sure. But at the very least, we have it all here. Everything is good to go. So let's play this.
On it ASAP, and just being able to turn on your cinema camera and it's on in 2 seconds is incredible. Every other cinema camera I feel like takes like 30 seconds to turn on, and you're just like, come on, the action's happening, I'm missing it, you know? This, you pop it on and you're filming pretty much right away. Small thing, but it makes a big difference. You know it. File sizes. The file sizes are reasonable. You shoot on something like the Airy, the data management is like a nightmare, and you have to spend hours extra on your day doing DIT, whatever, offloading cards, like just like stuff that nobody wants to be doing. This is much more reasonable, makes sense. Yeah, I like the codecs. I think it's like the perfect happy medium, and you can, you know, do RAW or whatever with an external recorder and blah, blah, blah if you really need to. I don't think you probably need to. And lastly, the image quality is great. Like, it's not the absolute best. Yes, there are cameras with better image quality, but it's great. You got all the frame rates.
It might just
120
be
frames per second, all
something
that stuff
automatic
too.
you can't change, says
And
Fed.
in
Possibly,
the
yeah.
end, let's be honest.
It seems like it could
like
be,
I showed you in the beginning,
sure.
most people aren't
Which
even
would
gonna
that
see
would
the
obviously,
difference between
ideally,
an
that's not
Area and
what
an
I want.
FX6.
So
By the
we'll
time
see.
it hits your
It's not the worst
online
thing, but
YouTube or Instagram, nobody can tell the difference. Nobody's like, wait, is this movie shot on an Airy or not? Like, nobody can tell the difference. Color grading is so powerful nowadays. Yeah, nobody can tell the difference. So it's not the best, but it's also way more than you need. All right, if you want to win these, just make sure you are subscribed to my YouTube channel. Then go over to Instagram. Follow me on there. Follow Thighpoch.
Oh, it is Thighpoch.
Thighpoch. And then share my reel that I posted about this giveaway on your stories. Make sure to tag me because that's the only way I'll know if you actually reshared it. And then, yeah, we'll choose a winner in a week. And one of you will win this set of Thighpoch Samaracies. These are incredible. Cinema lenses, tiny, compact, T15. We have a 21, a 28, a 35, 50, and a 75. These are some of the best, like, affordable cinema lenses that you could ask for. I love these, and you will too. So good luck, and whoever wins these, enjoy. It's not perfect. There are definitely some negatives. My biggest negative would probably be this monitor is absolute trash. Like, it is so bad. It's laughable. Like, so.
okay. We've learned some things. What did I learn from this video in my half paying attention mode? I learned, one, I like Mati a lot. I think he's got a great personality. Two, this dude flexes the fact that he's friends with Peter McKinnon, and I absolutely hate it because, man, how lucky are you? But it did make me think, like, yo, I would love in the future as we continue doing this, man, how fun if we grow this community and then we're also like, hey, I know this guy. Yeah, I'm friends with Fedorevsky and Beatty. What's up, Beatty? And Maple Glade, Swiss Army. Yeah, it's like, and then, oh, we're traveling together and we're all creating awesome videos and stuff. The third thing I learned is that built-in ND filter, the built-in ND filter that he mentioned on, was it the Sony FX6? I was like, whoa, that's so cool. I wish I had that. So those are our learnings. Wow, don't say we don't learn here. Yeah, welcome, guys. It might be, yeah, good day, people, says Beatty. Most of the time you are in a small window when streaming, and then it's not really an issue. Yeah, so it's not an issue here. It's more just like I notice it here. There's something artificial popping in. But, yeah, we'll figure it out. I'm sure there's some kind of settings or something I can do to adjust. But it's not the worst thing. I'm just happy. So welcome, guys. I finally have my ZR. So right now, this is the ZR. And then we've got my Z6 III is pointing at my empty coworker desk, number 1. And we've got our coworker desk number 2. And you can actually see Kimbap in the background there. Wow, what an angle. Haha. It's almost like, you know what? I'm a cinematographer, okay? I know everything about composition and framing, clearly, because look at this awesome perspective. We got 2 cats in the shot. One grooming himself in the background. And my Nala here. Oh. Jeez, I'm still off. Where's your head? There you are. Sorry, Nala. Most of the time, yeah, get a set and then give away a set on stream. I would love to. Listen, I'm just not big enough of a... As we grow as a channel, 1000%, that is my goal as well, is to just give away as much shit as possible. I would love to. I think it's like giving back to the community, right? I'm a big believer in it. I'm not one of those people. Listen, I'll tell you guys this now. You can hold me to it. But if I get to a point where I'm super successful at this, that we can do this long term and all that fun stuff, I'm not here for the money per se. I want to make sure to share the wealth with other people who help me grow and who make this enjoyable. So I'll give you guys all my gear, assuming I can afford to do that. Maple says, I like that Matty started talking at a regular speed. Well, does he speak fast? His old videos, he speaks slow. I had to watch at 1.75 speed. Gotcha. Yeah, I tend to watch a lot of videos at like 2x speed generally, but it's more just like Yeah, I'm not like processing it properly. It's just sometimes I needed to get to the point. Him and Peter were sharing an office space when they were both starting. That's so cool. This angle is one of the best additions to the stream. Thank you, thank you. Can you give me your ZR? Okay, listen, guys. Slow your horses, all right? This is day 1 of me getting my ZR. Okay, now you're trying to get me to give it away already? Let's crank up that bot farm for subs. Yeah, exactly. Give me all the views. Here we are with these new lenses, Matty. Oh, it didn't out all the space I put between. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so he'll like take big pauses in between or something. This one, yeah, so I kind of like this one a lot. I'm using actually a 21.8 f lens, and I've got the FTZ adapter, the FTZ2 adapter, just because I don't have enough wide-angle lenses with me. So right now that is a 21.8 f lens attached to my Nikon Z6 III. And the colors actually look kind of cool here, doesn't it? I'm actually really happy with that. So, because basically we got the... So I do need to adjust this over time. And I mentioned one of the things is I want to start applying my LUTs to this. So right now it's just like a Rec 709. I am filming this in R3D. But because of the limitation, I'm using a USB-C cable connected to my Mac Studio. And apparently it allows for streaming at 1080. I'm assuming 1080 30p then. But I don't know if that's causing certain issues or not. So just keep that in mind. But in terms of the everything looks decent. Yeah, so we'll keep playing around with this. The only thing I was mentioning is like there's a bit of over sharpening on my face, which I can notice, but I'm not sure how to turn that off yet. And then of course we've got this camera here. What is that? Oh, okay. Here we are. Does he talk that slow? I didn't realize. Maybe he got some, maybe people gave him that critique and he sped it up. My issue is the opposite. I speak too fast. So I have to constantly remember. I remember my boss gave me that suggestion a while back when I had to do a lot of public speaking. He's like, yo, you got to slow yourself down by like 0.75, okay? These influencers seem fun, but they are usually team 10-bit compressed video with autofocus engaged, and that's not really my style. 10-bit compressed video with autofocus. Okay. Maple says 30 FPS UVC webcam mode is pretty standard. I would be curious if there's a way to do 60 FPS with the USB. Yeah, actually, what does Nikon say on their website? Do they do 60? Nikon ZR UVC webcam. Nice. Live streaming. Oh, and thank you again. Who is it? I think Cyronius and was it Swiss Army? Well, listen, I appreciate you guys. Thanks for giving me the instructions. You guys are definitely better than ChatGPT. All right, so you can perform live streaming by doing that. Yep. I did these steps. The video mode shooting display will be displayed regardless of the photo video selector settings. Settings for video mode such as white balance and picture control will be applied to streaming video. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. There's a world where it might be overriding the settings that I have on the camera. I'm not sure. Maybe I need to like disconnect it, do all the settings, and then connect it for the stream. Oh, here we go. Streaming video is output as follows. You can do 1080. Oh yeah, so Maple, it says you can do 1080 60 frames per second. Wait, is this about the ZR? Yeah, ZR reference guide. It says you are able to stream at 1080 60p. Video format MJPEG. Oh, wait, is this the issue? So am I not actually, so is this, for example, is this not actually R3D? Cyronius says, good morning. Yeah. Yo, Cyronius, I'll catch up with you maybe off stream, but yeah, I might catch up with you off stream about something. But like, I was checking out your stream earlier because about the FTP thing that you had shown before, and I was like, yo, that's so fantastic. So I'm hoping I can do some of that FTP thing in the future. Sorry, I was distracted reading these. Let me catch up what you guys are saying. Because you're streaming 30 FPS, we'd never be able to tell. 30 FPS UVC webcam mode. Oh yeah, sorry. I'm curious what the webcam utility provides. Maybe it'll give you more options. Do you install the app? Yeah, I need to look into this. Because I'm wondering now if it's limiting the quality. Just slower, but more accurate. Fed says they think RAW is too big files, and I think their idea of color grading is just throwing a LUT on it, so it's not all that informative if you shoot RAW and do real color grading. Okay. Cyrus is, yeah, no way you're streaming R3D on USB. Yeah. Damn it. So that means if I really want... Well, obviously, I do want that R3D, which would mean for my super overkill streaming concept, I would need to purchase one more freaking Elgato cam link, don't I? God dang, these things just like burn. I'm just burning through my money for this. And it's like, I can't even complain to anybody because it's like, wait, oh, I'm so sorry. You have to get one of these cam link 4Ks because you don't have any. No, I do have it. Oh, you do? Oh, then why don't you use it? Well, I've already I have a camera set for that already. Oh, okay. How many do you have? I already have 2 Elgato cam links. Oh, okay. Oh, well, then use the extra one. Actually, that one's being used as well. Oh, for your stream, I see. Well, then I'm confused. What are you using those cameras for? Well, you see, I've got 2 cats. So I really wanted it to... Yeah. And they don't even show up on the stream sometimes. But just for the off chance that they're there, I wanted to have the best quality. Ah, I see. So it sounds like a me problem. If you want to LUT your shit, you'll need HDMI to USB-C. Yeah, so... Okay, so let me think. Sounds like I do need to get that Elgato cam link. Just use your Blackmagic, in my opinion. You have one? I do not. What is a... Do I have a Blackmagic something? I don't think I own anything from Blackmagic physically. If you want to do HDMI... But why do you need to do R3D for stream? Just do Nlog. It's going to be capped. Well, okay, so there's a lot of whys that sound reasonable coming from you guys. So there's not a good reason that I can give you to justify. But my thought process was, if I can create some LUTs, which I've been doing anyways, right? And if I can create some LUTs in both, does it actually matter? Maybe not. Okay, hold on. Let me think about what I'm saying here. I was thinking if I create some LUTs using my R3D footage and then load it in while I'm shooting in R3D, having the R3D LUTs applied as a filter. And then one of the thought process I had was, going forward, could I then just create a bunch of filters? And then I think I was talking to Photo Elite about this, where if I could do like something with Twitch channel points, where if people use their points, you could actually change the filter on my cameras or on my cat cameras to any number of the ones that I have created. So it was more like longevity wise, or going forward, if I end up with like a bunch of cool LUTs, and then if I can use that to change up the quality of the stream based on my choice or other people's choices, I thought that'd be an interesting concept. Why are you complaining? It's a tax deduction, at least for me in the worst country ever. The reason is I don't make enough money for it to matter. Now, one of the beauties, like I said, one of the issues with living abroad is that I still get taxed as a U.S. citizen, which is so annoying. However, one of the perks of living abroad is they cap, I think at this point it's about 120,000 or 130,000 USD. If you make under $130,000, you don't get taxed at all on that income. So it's like a foreign earned income exclusion. So the first 100 and something thousand, it keeps increasing by inflation. So let's say the first $120,000 of your earnings do not actually get taxed. It still counts to whatever your total, what your tax bracket is, but that earnings that you have, the income that you have, is wiped away from any tax. which is nice, right? So I don't think it's even going to matter because I'm definitely not making that kind of money right now. We're in the early stages of we're in startup mode right now. Okay. My big question is why to what end? Your image looks great on stream now. What is R3D and LUTs going to do to make it? Oh, sorry, I'm kind of reading a bit late. Changing the LUTs with StreamerBot is easy. Yo, okay, so I was a bit frustrated, not in a bad way, but because Photo told me about StreamerBot. Unfortunately, StreamerBot doesn't work on Mac properly. Like, there's some workarounds, but those workarounds don't seem to be maintained. So, yeah, until it works for Mac OS, I don't think I can properly use StreamerBot. So, but this ATUM thing, the AITUM, that might actually have some options for that, because I was reading, and this one seems to work on OS. Oh, sorry, you know what? I just read your other message, so I'm I'm being too slow with responding. Sorry, Firebot, you're on Mac. I'm done yelling at you for now. Listen, yell away. Listen, I don't, yeah, I'm cutting myself off. My guy doesn't read literally the next message. Yeah, so, listen, I'm a 3-month streamer, okay? These are 3rd month streaming problems. It'll be fixed by month 4. You gotta read more than one message. Yeah. It is what it is. But yeah, so anyways, for my unjustified justifications, I thought it'd be kind of cool to have the best quality, and we can just make, you know, we have fun with it. Why not use like the craziest? Now, if I was someone like Swiss Army, who I believe you said you're gonna get that Pixboom 1000 frames per second camera in a few months or something. If I had that, I would 1000% set it up as one of my stream things. You know what I would do if I had if I had a Pixboom? I would be like doing something here, and every time there's a certain moment, I would like do something crazy, and if there was some kind of coding you could do to then like replay that moment in 1000 frames per second slowed down, that would be such a cool feature. To be streaming normal speed, doing some weird motion, and then having play back the last whatever seconds of that moment in a slowed down from 1000 frames. So yeah. So just some suggestions. If I don't even know if that's possible though, to be fair. Fed says, all that said, I like Matty. He is fun, and he's made some real cool, informative videos interviewing great DPs and visiting places like the Leica factory. Oh, you know, I think I watched that video recently, or I saw parts of it. Maple says, you can make a crazy stream setup, but don't go buying all the programs and services and expensive products when you can just do it yourself. I do appreciate that DIY mentality. I think you, Maple, and Cyronius, when I was checking out your guys' streams and when you're showing how you do the IRL streaming, man, super impressive. I was like, oh, that's so cool. So I do have plans for next year. I'm hoping to do some IRL streams myself. I would love to travel and kind of take that with me as a concept. Okay, I'm on this ATUM site, and I'm on a trial period with them. Where was it? So this is what I'm using now. And shout out to ATUM. Thank you, Photo Elite. Because I was using Restream.io previously, and it seems like now that I switched to ATUM, my stream quality, or the network issue that I used to have, seems to be gone. So now one of the side effects is that I'm not streaming on Kick right now, because when I tried streaming at least twice in a row, when I would turn on the Kick stream, it would then crash my OBS. So it's probably a user error or something. It might be get fixed in the future, but for now I figured let's just kind of coast on the 2 streams and figure out some other things first. But okay, on this ATUM site though, I did see that they have a bunch of things that seem similar to that whole nutty concept of like the cool little features via StreamerBot. So I will want to test this off stream. Like I'll try to download these things, see how easy is it to use. Oh, they even have a pet counter chat command. Yeah, see, I would totally use this. Give your furry little friends some love with the chat command, requesting pets for them. Yeah, and then we got 2 cat. Well, if they show up, then I can pet them. Although here's what I would do: instead of a pet counter where I pet them, I would do the claw machine. So then, because I always mess this up, but I would do some kind of claw machine thing. And then if I do grab the cat's head, I don't know, maybe there's some kind of bonus thing I give you guys, because I suck ass at that. Mabel says, so when Cyronius mentioned ATEM, that is different than ATEM. Oh, yeah. By the way, I was doing research on the ATEM. I think there's one called the ATEM Mini Extreme ISO. I'm starting to do research. I'm trying to learn more and more. So this one's like overkill for like, you know, just my personal stuff. But I was reading up on this for like potential like higher production kind of concepts. So I'm trying my best to learn these different concepts. Like what is this switch? Like what is this ATEM for? So this kind of like switching controls. I was looking at like a mini PC. So I think it's like the Raspberry Pi or like the NUC or something, I forget. So I'm looking at like those concepts. ATEM is a Blackmagic design hardware that is capture card switcher. Gotcha, yeah. No, I do know the difference between that. But Photo Elite reminded me way back when I was about to start multi-streaming, when I was deciding like what softwares do I need and I was doing some research, I remember seeing ATEM because that one dude, Senpai something gaming YouTube channel had mentioned ATEM. But then I ended up going with Restream. And I think the reason was ChatGPT broke it down as like, oh, Restream, you just stream one, you broadcast to Restream, and then that will split it to all of them. So in my thought process, I was like, oh, it should use less computing power or whatever processing if I go with that approach. But as we've seen in my recent like past month of streaming, occasionally it seems to cause issues where, like my network connection goes down. Matti and his brother are Finnish. Maybe he'd be up to going to Finland. Here's the thing. I'm not big enough to get their attention, okay? I mean, obviously, I would ask for sure, you know, but what do they gain? You know, it's one of those, like, I would gain a lot from being able to travel with those guys. They would gain potentially, I don't even know if it's called a gain, but they would have to listen to me talk nonstop with them on a trip. They would have to survive being on a trip with me, which I think is actually a blessing. Mabel says also Tom Vault on here, who's regular in my chat, worked close with Matty's brother, and also Sam Newton. I don't know who Sam Newton is. Let's look him up. Yeah, Tom Vault. He was in my chat a few times. Super cool guy. So Sam Newton. He's a great resource for DaVinci skill. His color work is nutty. When you say nutty, are you talking about that dude, Nutty? Because now I'm like, I think I'm mixing up worlds. Because we've been watching a few of this guy's video, nutty.gg. ChatGPT is just a summarized bunch of Redditor posts. I hear ya. When you realize that explains why it's wrong half the times. Listen, it's wrong half the times, but yet by listening to ChatGPT, I am still making forward progress. So Stream Elements is a good alternative. The problem with Stream Elements was I ran into some issue when I wanted to create different alerts that would work across all three platforms, YouTube, Twitch, Kick. And it seemed like with Stream Elements, you would have to choose one platform, and then you would have to like duplicate some of those alerts with, you know, each of your instances. It was like this weird thing where it didn't do the same kind of, you know, blanket approach in terms of the features to all your streams. So I went with Streamlabs for that. And then for the multi-streaming concept, it was just between Restream or ATEM. And I went with Restream. It did serve me well, decently. But now we're going to try out ATEM. Nutty is a beast too. Yeah, and unfortunately Nutty... Oh, thank you. By the way, Most Business. Sorry, I didn't notice who was saying something. Thanks, Most Business, for being here. I appreciate you hopping into the chat with your suggestions. The problem with Nutty was that I use a Mac OS, and all of those streamer bot things are for PC. Stream Elements does vertical streaming and multi-streaming, but it's breaking a lot with OBS, so I uninstalled. I see, okay. Well, the ATEM has a vertical concept built in, so I do want to try to see if I can hook up either Instagram Live or TikTok. And I do want to start doing multi-streaming, including like doing vertical streaming at the same time, if possible. Just ask, I remember his brother used to make videos from Finland back in the day. Okay. Listen, I'll be their camera guy, but the thing is, they use like crazy. He just showed he uses like that Airy something something, however expensive that is. They're using quality cameras that are way beyond anything I've ever touched. So it'll take a lot more, I guess, to convince them to let me hop around and add some value. Restream will make your encode fail to platforms whenever it feels like. Exactly. My God, why didn't anyone tell me this? And we struggled, and I do appreciate a lot of you guys in the chat did your best to kind of provide suggestions to fix it. Ultimately, it was a Restream issue with whatever. Like, there was nothing I could do on my end. No number of changing servers or anything. It was just constantly causing problems. So, RIP. Swiss says, I use that. It's a good unit. The Mini Pro might be all you need. The Mini Pro. Also, when I said nutty, no, I did not mean the creatorless style here. Words sometimes just mean what they mean, yeah. Look at the YOLO box. Oh, I've heard of this YOLO box as well. Cyronius just dropped something. Hold on. Let me copy this. And let me be better about responding to chat. You're making it to the big times, Joe Bell. What's up, King Kruk? Thank you for the vote of confidence. We'll do our best. Look at the... Okay, so I need to look at the YOLO box, and I need to look at something that Cyronius just sent. Oh, wait. Cyronius sent this? No, that's not it. What? Is this what you sent me? No, that's not it. Cyronius, the link that you sent me, when I click on it, it's not letting me copy. Oh, wait, here. Copy. Paste. Nope. I can't click on that for some reason. Hold on. Can you send it in the Discord? Most businesses, you don't need to do that. You can use Stream Elements multi-stream, but use alerts on Streamlabs. Okay, so that's another option. But now I'm kind of dug in. Or like, yeah. I'm kind of... I don't want to touch anything at this point. They use Sony when they are traveling like that. Yeah. If they'll let a Nikon user hop in with them. It's very much a known feature for their service if you look beyond Reddit garble. The problem is I didn't even look at Reddit, but I use ChatGPT, so apparently that is Reddit condensed. Cyronius said yes. Okay. Post in Hangout chat. Thank you. Hold on. Let's check out what you sent. Yeah, I couldn't copy that for some reason. Okay, so I need to look at YOLO box. And let's look at this. The Nikon ZR cage. Oh my God, what was that? That looks so cool. Yo, how do they have this fancy looking lens cap or whatever you call this? Sensor cap? What the hell is Condor Blue? Oh my God, that looks so cool. Oh, I do need a dummy battery. I need one for my Z6 III as well. Oh my God, I do need one of these. Dude, this thing looks so cool. What the hell? Can I get one with my like logo on here? Oh my God. This is how little I know about the space. It's a body cap. They don't call it a sensor cap? Body cap. Okay. Mabel's like, you don't know Condor? Dude, Condor? I hardly know her. They're good stuff. They have a collab with Gerald Undone. Oh, I do like that guy, who I'm always hyping. Condor just teased the ZR cage. Well, listen, I did mention I was having issues with the small rig. Oh, and this one looks like it solves my issue. Holy crap. Are they listening to me and me alone? This is straight up what would solve my issue. Because, again, the way the small rig for ZR was set up, that cage just blocks. Yeah, this is perfect. This is exactly what I need. Okay, I need a pre-order. Oh no, I'm about to spend money. I have a few Condor Undone cables. I love... Oh, so they do collabs? Yo, do you think they would collab with me? Let's just pretend like I've always known about Condor. Yeah, I've been hyping these guys up for years. Before I even got into photography. And, yeah. I love purple. Oh, wait, is Condor like a purple thing? King says, I'm waiting for mid 49 or bright tangerine to come out with the cage. What the hell? What are these words you guys are spitting at me? Mid 49 and bright tangerine. Also, Maple says, apparently one of the new photo folks we met in my last stream is buddies with Gerald and Fro. Fro, nice. Dude, that guy's hilarious. Folks, because he was a Canon ambassador before, now works for other stuff. Man. That gives me some hope that there seems to be some level of like small world or small community that's possible. And I do hope, you know, selfishly, right? It'd be fun to meet those kinds of people. Selfishly, I just want to be surrounded by creative people and talented people 24/7, right? So hopefully in this world that we're in, if I continue doing live streams, if I continue doing YouTube, if I continue doing photography stuff, maybe our paths will cross and we'll do some collabs. So Maple, if you're ever up for doing a trip, actually anybody really, but if anyone wants to do a trip with me in Africa, you know, hit me up. It's not for free though, unfortunately. Bright tangerine. Okay, well that's crazy. Jesus. See, this kind of like goes right back to the heart of my thesis when I made my ZR review video was this is what people think of, or, you know, like someone like me, a beginner, amateur, whatever, someone who wants to get into serious videography, cinematography, filmmaking. You see this kind of kit and it's like your brain does loops and it just goes haywire because you look at this and you're like, how do you even yeah, it's like, how many buttons are we looking at here? And why does the lens look like it's got more dials on it than, you know, than our use cases for it? So anyways, this is kind of like where you look at it, your brain melts and you say, oh, it's not for me. This is way too crazy to understand. And then here comes something like a ZR, which then actually has a lot of those cinema features. But, you know, it's not like the most powerful, but it's got enough to kind of start teasing you and easing you into that space. So it's definitely like, it's almost like a gateway drug, I would say. Okay, so they make a bunch of crazy shit. Mid 49, what are these guys? Grip is an interesting world. Grip. And then your bank account melts. Yeah, unfortunately. Because I do need one of these. Okay, this Condor Blue, it's currently the top contender. Cyronia says, Condor Blue is a brand all about that. Mark says, when I was into music and recording, an SSL board looked overwhelming. I don't even know what an SSL is. Cyronia says they make... Oh no, they make great cages for rigging out with grip. King wants a GDU to make lens caps for Nikon Z mounts. What is GDU? By the end of the stream, listen, I never hid from the fact that I know nothing, but if I couldn't prove further, I don't know any of these brands. GDU, Bright Tangerine, Mid 49. So what does Mid 49 do? They do oh, Nikon ZR. They've got a mid kit for ZR. Okay, I just need like a travel. I need something that hugs closely to the camera. These look like for like proper film stuff, right? Yeah, so far... Oh yeah, we were supposed to look at YOLO Box. I've heard of YOLO Box. I just don't know much about it. I just know it's something for live streaming. The ultimate all-in-one multicam live streaming and switching system. But how does this compare to like the A10? BD... I've been wanting to get my hands on their Titan 2 arms. Who does this Titan thing? Titan 2 arms. I've been wanting to get my hands on that. Hopefully they made improvements. Their version 1 was heavy. Oh, from Bright Tangerine. Oh, okay. I do like these kind of arms. I use this stuff from, I think, Small Rig. You're saying this is better? One of the issues I had with the, I don't know if it's Small Rig, whatever I could find on Amazon, is like sometimes you feel like you have to twist it and you don't know if it's actually going to hold or not. I'm using one right now called iFootage on my for my Z6 III to keep it onto the C stand. Oh yeah, I'm basically doing the exact same thing as that shot right there. I have my C stand and I'm using this clamp to hold my Z6 III. And so far, it seems like it's holding, but my concern is always going to be if my cat bumps into it or something. I don't know. Okay, so we got to add this to the list. King's asking Mark, where are you spitting hot rhymes like Dylan? Global Dynamics Limited. Thankfully, I have an ultra light kit. Ultra light kit. And then Global Dynamics Limited. What brand do I know? Jesus. What'd you call it? Ultra light kit? Oh, I don't know where that is. Global Dynamics United? No, you said limited. Wait, is it this? It must be this. Global. Did you mean United? I'm assuming then. GDU. Oh yeah, GDU. Global Dynamics United. Heavy but durable. Noga arms. I've had them for years. Holy Christ. You know what? I do kind of need to do some research on something like this. Stuff that I can mount my camera onto in the most sturdy way possible. Oh my god, this looks so cool. I didn't know people do this. The sensor body caps. Oh no. RIP to my wallet. Can you guys start like donating and subscribing to my channel so that I can make some money so I can buy for all these like frivolous purchases? Noga arms. Noga engineering. Noga arms. Strongest articulated multi something something. Wow, it looks so simple. Everything else looks so fancy. This thing looks like looks like it's still being made in the shop. Which kind of makes me think it must be really good quality. It's so good, they didn't spend a single second thinking about the aesthetics. It's all about the function. Because this looks ugly as F. And it looks super thin. So that's kind of impressive if this is actually high quality. Isn't that a general consensus for all small rig products? Is that true? Listen, again, I am a consumer. I am at the... This is kind of fascinating because I'm seeing so much now of like... When people say there are levels to it, I'm like... I'm still on maybe over here and you guys are like talking at this level. The only brand I need is the GDU. Is that what you're saying, Swiss? I'm not going to mess up a stream, but I can quote that show all day. Which stream? Or what show? I rap and I rhyme and I rap. I don't know the context. King says, I also like small rig, but you need to go a little higher. And no, not Condor Blue. Okay. Beatty, you sent a link, but for some reason, I'm not able to copy links in this ATEM chat. Oh, I'm an idiot, though. I can just go to my Twitch. Okay, let's look at the link. Oh no. It says I timed out Beatty for 1 second. Links not permitted. My bad, Beatty. Oh, maybe that's why I couldn't copy it because it doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, sorry, Beatty. I think I have some setting turned on. It might be part of my TWCC chatbot thing where it doesn't allow links because it's like considered spam. So if you send it in the Discord, I can check it out. Or you know what? You send a short link name so I can type it out. Noga uses hardened steel. Okay. Function over form. Yeah, listen, I respect it. I respect the craft. Yo, what's up, Nico? ulcs.com. ulcs.com. What's up, Nico? Welcome to the chat. Did you open up your ZR? I did. We spent the first, I don't know how long, probably the first hour of the stream. I was doing a bit of an unboxing here. So we finished that though. I had like this kind of overhead camera. Oh, I knocked my webcam over a bit. Doesn't matter anymore. We're done with it. So now I do have the ZR here, but the quality, I was mentioning earlier, the quality here is not as good. Like there's some kind of over sharpening. And so I think it's because I'm using a USB-C cable, and so it's like limiting what can be output. It still looks good. I like it a lot, but it's probably kind of downgraded to some other I don't know what format it is. We were researching it earlier and I got distracted. But now we do have a dedicated camera. So this is my Nikon Z6 III with the 21.8 f-mount lens. And then we've got our Nikon Z9 with the 24-70 f2.8 set to 35 millimeters. And yeah, so we're improving, okay? You're in the basement level. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm realizing that now. Please go live and unbox when you get your ZR. Yes, yeah, that'd be cool. I don't have anything set up for streaming. You guys all should go. You guys all should be streamers. You guys have the knowledge of getting the best quality, and you guys have the gear as well. We all need to go live with Yoba. Yes, exactly. You guys all should be live streaming. Condor Blue participates in IP theft, so I will never support them, much less endorse the non-quality. Oh, interesting. What do they do? Oh, is this like the Streamlabs kind of thing? Where someone told me how Streamlabs was like copying everybody or something. They're blacklisted in the AC world. Whoa. Wait, what does AC stand for again? Assisted camera? Is AC for assisted camera, or am I mixing up the things? Okay, so I was supposed to look up ULCS and then Noga. Noga, is that the one we were looking at just now? Okay. Uses hardened steel and it's amazing. Yo, I'm just impressed by how ugly it looks. I like mad respect this. Low key, I almost want to get this because the other ones look super fancy and like, you know, rugged, and it's got these grooves and texture and nice polish. And these guys were just like, you know, we just didn't want to hire someone for the design. But if it's powerful, it's powerful. I was supposed to look at the ultralight for the ultralight. Okay, let me look this up in a second. What was everyone's first digital camera? I sent mine on Discord. Okay, let's check this out in a second. King said something in Korean. I can read it, but I probably won't understand it. You said, Helsujang Helsujang Kakonayo? Health? Something about health? Health? Am I going to the gym? I have no idea. Okay, hold on. Beatty, can you explain more? Or you know what? Let's ask ChatGPT as well. What did you mean by Condor did IP theft? Amber, I'm learning about some of the high quality tier brands that are out there for cinematographers. And so there's one of these brands. Actually, there's a few, but one in particular, I'm curious if you can help me understand the history. It's called Condor Blue, Kondor. And someone in the chat was mentioning that they participated in some form of IP theft, and it's actually blacklisted in the AC world. Care to elaborate for me, Amber?
Sure, let me give you a little background on that. So Condor Blue is indeed a pretty well-known brand in the cinematography gear space. They make all sorts of camera rigs, cages, accessories, that kind of high-quality stuff that filmmakers like to use to kit out their cameras. Now, about the controversy, there's been some chatter in certain cinematography circles that Condor Blue may have had some issues related to intellectual property, like maybe designs that looked a bit too close to other existing products or something along those lines. And because of that, some folks in the AC or assistant camera world kind of gave them a bit of a side eye or even blacklisted them from certain projects just because of those concerns. So it's kind of one of those industry reputation things where a brand might get a little bit of a mark on their name because of how close some of their designs came to other existing products. But that's the gist of it.
Man, Beatty, you're putting me in a bind. because I just discovered this Condor Blue, and holy Christ, this looks so amazing. Because this is exactly the kind of cage I need. Because the small rig cage I was mentioning earlier, I was complaining because that connective bar that goes from the left to the middle here, it blocks the function of me hitting some of the buttons that are on the camera. So I was literally about to buy this, but now you're making me feel bad. Is there a better cage I can buy then? They're blacklisted. What was everyone's? Oh yeah. Who's Amber? Shade Master Jade. Amber is my ChatGPT assistant, my co-streamer here. I let my ChatGPT name itself and gender itself. So right now it is a female. Actually, in the first month of my stream, it was actually a dude named. Actually, I don't even remember what the name was. Eventually, he named himself Atlas. That's all I remember. A cage is a cage, says Cyronius. That is true. What focus pulling system are you using? Asked King. Are you being serious, King? Because the only focus pulling system I use are these guys right here and my eyes. We just eyeball and twist. I've never done a proper film project where I need like a focus puller or what all the other terms that I've been learning. Federer, you know, just go live on your phone. Yeah. I wouldn't fault you for buying a Condor Blue. Well, the thing is, like BD, I respect BD's. Well, I respect all of your guys' opinions, to be fair. But yeah, I mean, part of the thing that I find fascinating is learning more about the cinematography world. So if what Condor did is so heinous or egregious that it's enough to get like people blacklisting them, I guess there's only two results, right? One is because it's warranted, like they did actually do some very shady things, which, you know, in the world of like being a creative, there's nothing worse. There's worse things, but like, you know, to know that someone's stealing your intellectual property in a certain way, that is pretty like, you know, that is like a pretty kick in the nuts, if you will. Like I would absolutely hate if, as a content creator, as just a creative, you know, I consider myself a creative person. If I know someone stole my idea and profit off of it, and it kind of like detrimentally affected me as well, it's like, yo, that's not cool. Go with what works, not what some lawyers say works. That's true too. So like this is what I'm saying. Oh yeah, the other option is that people went way too far with like saying, or it could be like, you know, there's a bad apple in the company, but either that apple's been removed and or, you know, there's a lot of other employees at the company, obviously. There's a lot of differing opinions, or they might have apologized or they've like moved on from that phase of like being a shitty company. Yeah. It gets like more philosophical as well, right? Because then it's like, at what point do you continue blaming some entity for past crimes, if you will? Like, I guess, like, not to go into politics or anything too much, but like, if you look at the U.S., you know, it's like, okay, well, they did some pretty dark stuff, you know, like, think about Native Americans or like way back then, or slavery and all that kind of stuff. But then at what point do you then continue like holding that against the people or, you know, America overall? I don't know. So yeah, I guess those are things to, I guess, weigh. I just don't know anything about it, so I'm fascinated for myself. Condor Blue, BD says, Condor Blue made a very similar product to something called the Safety Snake. Oh, they were being snaky. Safety Snake. Condor Blue controversy, which was designed by a single-person business who is also an AC, and their reaction to it was horrible and had the opportunity to save face. Shade says, how do you get ChatGPT to talk out loud? I'm using I have like a paid ChatGPT, like the $30 a month plan or whatever it is, and there's a little button at the bottom right where you can use voice mode. So if you have the paid version, you just click on that voice mode, and then you can customize the voice and all that. Federer, sorry, I'm just going to catch up on the chat here. I think I'm just going to get the half cage from Small Rig for most of my use. Oh, okay, you know what? To be fair, I didn't know Small Rig had a half cage. If they do have a half cage, then that's acceptable to me. I use Small Rig, so. Just to get the grip, really, I get the regular Small Rig cage with the top handle for free with my order. Okay. If it works, it works. BD says, and derailed the quality and tarnished reputation of Safety Snake. Okay. I'm gonna look into this in a second. King says, Fed, I know you're getting the Cage bundle with your... Oh, okay, yeah. You're worried about intellectual property, but yet you use ChatGPT. Yeah, so, and that at some point, it's like, at what point can you like hold to your principles, let's say, right? Because I think I have heard some things about ChatGPT where they also steal a bunch of shit. So then it just becomes like... And this is where, for me, generally speaking, I don't necessarily fall into the category of like... being too judgmental or like cancel culture, if you will, not to use that term for this, but it's like, it's in the same way, it's like everyone's got their opinions, and it's like you just do what you can as a individual to like hold to your principles, but at some point you also gotta live life, you know. I want the other small rig cage too, the half cage. Looks more like, okay, I didn't know small rig had that, so now I gotta look into that as well. Jesus, my Google Chrome tabs. Small rig Nikon ZR half cage. BD says, also they stole the design for the original Cine lock from another AC, and it's one of their most popular products. Damn. You know what this reminds me of? So after I said I usually don't fall into the whole like canceling too far necessarily, because yeah, there's a level of hypocrisy that exists in all of us for various things. It just depends where we want to draw the ire, right? But I remember one of those things way back was Candy Crush. I remember I despised Candy Crush. And I think it was because something about they had stolen the IP of something. Let me add that as Candy Crush controversy. Stealing? I have so many things to look into now. Stealing from the little guy is rough. There was that guy that created a wrench that was self-adjusting. Okay, I never heard of that one. Basically just a handle. If Condor stole that, time to make it right. Yeah, and it's like, yeah, there's a level of like, you know, how true is it? Yeah, what's the impact to, especially if it's like an individual that they stole from as a company where you can push them around, or, you know. King is going cageless. I'm glad I'm not super into rigging. I'm also fine with cageless, but sometimes I do like a half cage, or just enough that I can mount it easily onto things, or just like sometimes I do like to attach a small little arm to put a GoPro or another kind of action camera for like a quick point of view of me when I'm shooting on the go. The original safety snake was called paracord. Oh my god, how many? It's getting a little much. Half cage is really like not having a cage on it. You just get the handle and it weighs nothing. Yo, what's up, Josh Warner? Did you already unbox it? I did. I think it was like in the first hour of the stream. Also, by the way, thank you guys. For some reason, wow, we got like 22 people across Twitch. Yo, I think this is one of the first times that I'm having double digits on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. I don't know if it's just a coincidence with... I'm sure, like, the fact that I'm talking about the ZR, for sure. But then I'm wondering, like, I'm not streaming on Kick. And does that somehow improve... does that somehow, I don't know, uncurse me in some ways? But yes, Josh, I did unbox it at the start of the stream. And then now I am filming with the ZR now. So, although the quality of this one is not necessarily the R3D, because I'm using a USB-C cable to do the stream. So it seems like it limits the quality. And so, like, the first thing I noticed was, like, it's, like, over-sharpening my face in certain areas. So I'll take care of that off-stream. I might need to get an extra cam link to be able to get the proper quality. Maple says, you can hold to your principles, but if your principles are clearly lining up with something that isn't great, expect to have some conversations about it. Yeah, exactly. I try my best to be fairly principled, or I try my best not to do shitty things, but it's also one of the things where it's like at some point it is kind of hard to live a pure holy life unless you know everything from, you know, if you order food, or the utensils you have, or like the plastic in like whatever, or like the shampoo bottles you know, like whatever, like every brand out there, the clothes you wear, at some point in the chain of it being created, there's like something inhumane or improper or unethical that's probably occurring. And so it just becomes very exhausting. You have to pick your battles, I guess, but at some point it becomes exhausting if you stake your claim on too many things and then people call you out for why not the other things then. And it's just like, I respect people for having putting those claims out there, but I'm just mentally, I don't have enough brain capacity to fight those battles. So for me, it's always like, just live your life, do your best with knowledge that you have to try to not do things that you think might be causing inadvertently some harm. But like, try your best not to harm people directly. And then when it comes to the indirect stuff, it just becomes one of those, like, you just gotta take it one thing at a time. Fed says, I was planning on just going cageless until I saw someone using this half cage. Oh yeah, I have a bunch of things I need to look into. What are your thoughts, and do you recommend the Nissi ND? I've never used that. You're the second person who mentioned these though. So if they reach out to me, maybe I can test it out. I use the Polar Pro ND filters, but these guys are so expensive, but the quality is fantastic for what it's worth. Only anecdotally, someone that I was traveling with, they used my Polar Pro, and they were using, I forget what they were using. It might have been the Nissi or the HNY ND filter, and they were like saying, yo, the quality difference is significant. So I do think the Polar Pro is better than, maybe it was HNY, maybe it was Nissi, I'm not sure. But like, these are also very good, is what I understand. It's just that maybe this quality is just on another level. I think that's the right idea. Yeah. It seems that gear sells young. Which gear? Oh, I don't even know. Sorry guys, I gotta be better about reading chat. If you're watching on YouTube, you can go back in the stream and see the unboxing. Yes, thank God for the rewind feature. Or you can subscribe on Twitch to get that feature. Oh, yes, I should be saying that more often. Yeah, make sure to subscribe on Twitch to then be able to rewind. The streaming video is probably more similar to something like H.265 in SDR mode with sharpening built in. Yeah, that's kind of the sense I was getting here. And it, like I said, it is actually very serviceable. I like it. It looks great, especially in this kind of smaller mode. The colors are fantastic. I love this look. But I want the R3D. So, yeah, we're gonna have to cough up some money for the Elgato Cam Link. You need to go back to hunter-gatherer and you control all the levels of logistics. Yeah, I was going to say, like, unless you live like a monk, if you're in a temple, and then even if you're in a temple, someone's going to be like, you know how many people died putting those bricks together, like, to make that statue in the temple? So even then, you'll get caught in some kind of hypocrisy. So then it's like, yeah, you just got to live in the forest, hunt, gather, do your own thing. And even then, I'm sure the animals there will cancel you for something. Just got the Jet Lag Pro. Oh my god, you guys are killing me. Well, I'm killing myself because I need to be better at... I need to look up Jet Mag Pro. Full set, we'll use them in Uganda next week. The Nissi is much better color corrected. The Polar Pros have a green cast. Okay, okay, I'm excited. Swiss, by the way, I'm very excited for your project. And like I said, hopefully we can all do these travels in the future, especially if you're going to Africa often. I am trying to plan out next year's travel projects, if you will. Not that people are lining up to hire me, but decent, and I have them too, but the Nissi seems more flexible for fast switching now. I do want magnetic. Magnetic, I feel like that has to be my line in the sand, if you will. Like, if I'm using an ND filter, I need the magnetic ones. I need the ability to quickly switch it on and off. I think we might have even chatted about the Swiss Army for your upcoming trip. So, like, when you're filming gorillas, chimpanzees, when you're in the forest, I think you'll realize quickly that you'll be in areas where it's fully canopied and you're going to be in super low light. So the ability to quickly just remove that ND filter without twisting too much or screwing, unscrewing, just twist off magnetically, shoot your shots, and then put it back on with the magnets. It's such a killer feature. I use Nissi filters, but I haven't tried magnetic. Okay. Nissi makes pretty decent things for the price range. That's the Jet Mag Pro Max. Okay. All right, now let's start looking through these things. The Jet Mag Pro from Nissi. Pro magnetic cameras. Ooh, okay. It looks very thin. I like that. Oh, you can stack it too. Although I think you can... I think you can stack the Polar Pros as well. But this one looks super thin, which I do appreciate. Now, will Nissi be willing to partner with me? I think Polar Pro is out of my league, is the way I think of it. Because, like, they do all those collabs with, like, Peter McKinnon and those big guys. Yo, this looks really good. And the thin profile is a good sell. But, okay, if there's one thing I would mention about the Polar Pros, which I think I'm a huge fan of, it's actually their It's the lens cap as well. Hold on, let me grab one. I've got this like pancake stack here. Hold on. Oh, it's the bottom one. So I love I gotta cover my eyes, I think. I love this feature where you got the little magnets here. And it's just like you squeeze both ends of the little thing that sticks out. So you can see here. Whoops. So you just squeeze both ends of that. Let me just do it on this side. So you squeeze and then you just twist and it comes off. And it's and you just line it up to the white lines and you twist it and it goes back. So in terms of like, imagine like when you, even if you don't want the filters, you just have the adapter screwed onto the lens and then you just do that to take this. So even if you just want to use these guys, because I absolutely hate the lens caps that come with my Nikon. I don't know if it's just a Nikon thing, but I hate those lens caps. They always fall off. They clatter on the floor if you don't put it on properly. These guys, so easy to screw, like put on to the front of your lens and put it on and off. Because you just line it up and you twist it and then it's there. So it's just a cool feature. I like it a lot. Let me just put these aside. That's the jet. Oh yeah, so we were looking at this Nissi one. I love the 1 to 5 stops of variable ND. Yeah, I think all of mine are 2 to 5 ND stops from Polar Pro. You can stack on a 4-stop ND, so you have a 6 to 9. Interesting. Okay, I do like the stacking concept. The solid NDs are full spectrum as well. I was surprised with their new lens range at NAB. What is NAB? For ND, I use Nissi. And I use Schneider Kreuznach. Okay. Well, now we're going to add one more thing into this. Schneider Kreuznach. Actually, one more thing. BD mentioned something called NAB. What is that? I have a set of Schneiders. They are overpriced. I'm only interested in Nissi Magnetic because of the convenience. Yeah, I think convenience plays a huge factor for me for what I shoot. I prefer breakthrough photography. What is breakthrough photography? I've heard of Firecrest, I think. Oh no. Breakthrough photography. Breakthrough filters. And Firecrest for plate ND. Oh, for like landscape stuff? Oh, that's where I've heard of Firecrest. I think they had those, yeah, back when I was like trying to do landscape, you know, long exposures. What's up, Robin? Robin Wong says, wow, you're still live. I saw you live and I went live on my channel for more than 2 hours and you are still on air. Oh yeah, I guess we've been streaming about like 2 to 3 hours or something. Well, thank you for thinking that's impressive. You know what? If you think that's impressive, my first 40-something days, was it 47 days? I think I went 47 days without missing a day. So we streamed 40 plus days in a row. But yeah, I was averaging like 7 hours per stream. And it was super fun. But I did dial it back a bit because I had a bunch of projects off stream that I needed to... basically, it was too much for me because I needed to do real work. I was being productive on the streams, but not enough, apparently. But yeah, thank you, Robin, for saying that. And Robin, it sounds like you're also a live streamer, yeah? Robin, what is your username on YouTube? Because sometimes I realize what it shows up here as a username is actually not their username or something. I'll make sure to follow you if I can. Firecrest is the modern equivalent of Schneider and way thinner and better color cast wise. Okay, now there's like too many options you guys have mentioned to me. I just need to know what is the best quality. Christ, I don't know. I'm overwhelmed now. But it sounds like Firecrest is good. King says, Robin, I don't think you know that Joe Bell has a high streaming stamina. I just have high stamina, okay? Listen, I was born in the extremes. Wrestling was such an extreme part of my life where it taught me to live in the extremes for sure. We're talking like every week of competition, I was losing. I would have to starve myself, and I would lose about anywhere from like 3 to 5 kgs in a week, and then you would compete, and then I would binge eat afterwards, and I would regain 3 to 5 kgs every week. So I was living in the extremes, and just like, oh man, that was I wouldn't repeat it, but. And then when I travel, I usually go like sometimes for some projects I'm sleeping like 3 to 4 hours every night, and then I'm on a busy day just filming, shooting the whole time. We mostly use Lee filters nowadays for filtration. Oh, I have heard of the Lee filters. Master of Lights. All right, I'll be the judge of that. Get the Nissi Jet Mags. The others are more for cinema cameras that need... Well, the thing is, okay, I'm being a little bit too much here because I have enough of my Polar Pro lenses, right? Like the NDs. So I have enough ND filters, I think, at this point where I should survive because they're super expensive. So there's no need for me to like necessarily purchase more right now. The things I need right now is probably that cage for the ZR. Others are more for cinema cameras that need a plate. Oh, is that where you have to like slide it into the front of the lens? In which case, yeah, I just need the ones where you screw on to your lens cap or your front of lens and then for travel purposes. Okay, hold on. I know about Lee. Breakthrough filters. Okay, let's skip all the ND filter stuff. NAB. I don't know what that is. I know it's a bank. Schneider Kreuznach. I want to look this up just because the name is so offensive to my ears. Industrial lenses filters. Okay. Oh, they do the B&W? I know B&W. Yeah, if I were to switch to another brand, it might be something like this Nissi one. Because, yeah, this magnetic concept is a must for me. Plus, yeah, the only question I have is, does the lens, I'm assuming it come with the lens cap? Or like a filter cap? Ooh, but if it's one of those... Oh, yeah, there we go. Perfect, yes. Yeah. Well, this is perfect then. Although, one thing I like about the Polar Prens lens cap is that, like I said, it's magnetic, but then you twist to secure it. Because then you know it won't just randomly fall off. Whereas here, my one concern could be that if your camera catches on something, especially if I'm traveling, could all of these fall off just because it bumped into something and it pulled everything off of my magnets? So that would be my one question, I guess. Because I never have to worry with that with the Polar Pros, because I know I just twisted it and locked it into place. Yeah, because you know what? Just looking at it, I don't think it does what I want it to do. So for that reason, until someone tells me otherwise, because of the fact that I usually travel where I'm like going through forest or jungles or whatever, I just want to always make sure it doesn't randomly fall off my lens. It has a securing tab? Okay, well then I stand corrected. Trust me, bro, you need it. I'm also like the worst influence for buying too much gear. Dude, I'm spending too much money. I need to get this Elgato Cam Link, and then I need to start earning money. I'm spending too much money. Sounds like something I would want when traveling with the ZR when I get it. Yeah. Okay, so this one could be really nice. But like I said, I technically have enough. So if I end up buying more filters, it might be this guy. You can twist and lock it too with the Nissi. Okay, perfect. So I was mistaken. Thank you guys. Hopefully soon we can get a Z Cinema body with built-in NDs. Man, after seeing... Yeah, we were watching that video from Mati Hapoji. Is that how you say his last name? I don't know. But built-in NDs. Wow. Well, the reason for me is like I do oftentimes change environments, and I just have to, unfortunately, just, you know, manually twist the ND filter to try to make sure the difference in exposures don't look so awful, but it always does. Fed says everyone seems to be telling you otherwise. Yeah, I'm dead wrong. It's fine. I was just eyeballing it, so who am I? I'm an idiot, right? Let's just keep that in mind. And of course, a big brand like Nissi, of course they would have thought of these things, you know? You think, like, obviously they have quality controls and like research, so yeah, I'm not special in thinking I want some high demands. Take a look at your Discord for my first camera. It's been a long road. However, we've been using a lot of cine fades recently. It's been fun. Hold on, let me look up cine fade. Let me go to my Discord. Where'd you say? Oh, did you DM it to me? I think, or I see. Oh, okay. Yo, what the hell is that? A floppy disk? I'm laughing at you at this point. Although I really shouldn't, because I technically was part of the generation that I did use floppy disks growing up. I forget what I used floppy disks for, but I think I had certain projects at school where I had to insert the floppy disk into my our big PC brick at home. 1.44 megabytes. That's crazy. So this is your first ever digital camera, you were saying? That's crazy. Can I ask why you are getting a cam link? BD's asking. I don't know. Actually, I just thought that that was the best option for the price, because I know there's like a better one. Is it called the Magewell something? Elgato cam link versus Magewell? Magewell? Capture card? Is it something like that? I from my ChatGPT. Okay, all my knowledge is from ChatGPT. From my ChatGPT discovery, I believe this Magewell is better quality. However, it was much more expensive. So it was just a question of like, can I justify that versus getting a cam link, which I haven't had problems with the cam link, to be fair. And generally speaking, I am streaming at 1080p. I haven't been convinced yet if I should be streaming at 4K. Because it seems like overkill to stream at 4K. So yeah, so if I really need to output 1080, I just needed whatever that lets me have the potential for 4K, but still be cheap enough, I guess. But I don't know. Let's see. Sorry, let me just catch up on a few things. What bags are you using? Do you use a sling bag when you're trekking? I do. You know what? This is a good way for me to promote myself. So I just put a link in the chat to my website. It shows all my gear. Now, the only thing that's not there is a bag from Pidgeotech, which I need to start testing. I'm putting the video together now, but Pidgeotech actually sent me one of their backpacks, which is perfect for my type of travel. So it can even fit a 600mm lens. I need to test if I can fit my 400 2.8 with the lens hood attached without needing to unscrew the lens hood straight into the camera. So, yeah. But yes, I usually use a sling bag on the side, and then on the other side I have my camera on a strap. So I'll have one camera strap on one side, and then a sling bag on the other with an extra camera and other gear. BD says definitely get a Magewell product compared to that. Camlink is hot garbage. Listen, I'm not disagreeing per se. It seems like Magewell is the one that's more trusted. It's high quality. But it's like, man, it's expensive. And if, at least for my home studio setup, I can't justify that as of now. If I do a shoot, if I do some IRL streaming, then, and let's say if I use my ZR and I want to do an IRL, I'm assuming at that point I do need a Magewell. I could be wrong. In which case, maybe I should just invest in one of the Magewells at least. Okay, why is it not loading? And you say Camlink is hot garbage, but like so far I haven't had problems. Like I said, for my basic ass needs, right? Like for like a live stream from my home, 1080, 30 frames per second, downscaling my 4K. So it's still consuming my 4K, and then I guess I'm streaming out 1080, but it has the potential for 4K, right? But yeah, it seems like all the pros use Magewell. BD says, seriously, I think you'd be better off with an off-brand from Amazon than Camlink. Damn, you're hurting their feelings. I already have 2 Camlinks though. Oh, and listen, I don't know if website design counts for anything, but holy crap, their website's not opening. Which one is it? Which one do I need to buy from Magewell? Is it the Magewell USB Capture HDMI? 4K plus device. it's about $500, it seems, right? Oh, you guys are killing me. But I trust all of your opinions. So it's like, you guys are the pros here. So I'm not denying. Damn. Okay, let me see. But I did read that it's very, very reliable comparatively, I guess. Okay, let me think about this. Robin says, I stream at 4K because I want to show the best possible image quality for the audience. For photos, 4K versus 1080 is a huge difference. Fair enough. And I guess I can see the value in that. It was more like I just wanted to limit the stream output. Or like I was concerned that I wasn't going to be able to have the bandwidth. But now that I switched over to ATEM, I do wonder if I should have less concerns or fewer concerns, because it seems like Restream was one of my bottlenecks in terms of like how much of a bit rate and some of the other settings where I was having lag and buffering. It's a Tenba, says Fed. I don't know what that is. Some of the reasons I got that one is it's perfect size to bring on a plane. Fed, what are you talking about? Actually, yeah, sorry, I lost track. Yo, what's up, Low Base? Thanks for being here, Low Base. Low Base, by the way, quick question. Is it part of TWCC chatbot where it blocks links from being shared on the stream? Actually, you know what? I should probably keep that as a feature, because then it'll force people to, if you want to send me something, to join my Discord. Yeah, actually, you know what? I take it back. It's a nice little funnel to get people to join my Discord channel. Welcome, Low Base. Let me catch up here. King's asking, what teleprompter setup are you currently using for your video? I'm using an Elgato teleprompter. Actually, let me bring it over because I can, I guess. Hold on. Hey, Nala. It's this guy. So I just have an adapter on my 20mm to be able to hook it up, and then I just slide it right over. Basically, this is, I'm mimicking. I don't want to put it on now. But basically, I would just be able to put this guy on straight to the camera. And also because the screen size, you know, basically it would reflect on here a big screen, right? You can kind of see it. So then I can use this as an extra monitor, like a external monitor, which has been pretty nifty. So hold on. We had a project, and this Magewell website is kind of forcing me not to buy their product. Why is it so shit? It won't even load. Also, to be fair, I do have like 50 tabs open. We had a project during the pandemic where we had to replace 350 Camlink units. Okay, so yeah, because I was sensing a bit of bias is a strong word. I don't mean bias, but I was sensing some kind of personal hatred towards Camlink. So it seems like it let you down in a big way. So I mean that's not good. So obviously, due to failure and overheating. Damn. Okay. Being able to air travel is also important. I don't want all this do one thing gear. Okay. Hey, Nala. Oh yeah, so Low Base, just as a quick little update for you and anyone else who's just hopping in, we have now officially switched all of our cameras to the high quality stuff. So you can see Nala over here grooming herself. So there she is in all her glory, her feminine glory. Diva. Yes, she is. And here's where Kimbap should be if he showed up to work. So just imagine a fat, chunky cat sitting right in that messy, hairy bed. And then, well, this guy, although, like I said, the quality is not the R3D RAW thing yet, but we're going to change that in the next stream. But now we have our ZR attached to the stream. So then we got this. And you can see Kimbap behind me over there. So we've made improvements. Shade Master Jade says, I feel like 4K streaming is overkill. I think it could be overkill, but to who said it earlier? Oh yeah, Robin. To Robin's point, I guess if you're doing like photo editing or video editing, stuff like that, I can see some value in being able to punch in or like have that 4K quality. or for like editing, right? If I do certain content where I need a video editor to kind of punch in during my live streams, I could see the value in doing a 4K quality so that they could do that. Although I think there are probably other workarounds where I'm assuming I could export a 4K recording and send it to them. I have no idea. BD says, granted, they don't seem to like 4K, which we were trying to push. Oh, for the cam links? Yeah. Yeah, so I've only been using 1080 for the most part, so maybe I'll see issues if I do the 4K. Also, now that I have multiple cameras set up, maybe I could see issues with too many cam links. So I maybe should get a Magewell, because it sounds like that one just is more reliable. So if my Mac OS, if my Mac Studio is holding 2 cam links and a Magewell, maybe it should be fine. King, you asked me earlier, you said, are you basic? Do you order pumpkin spice lattes? No, I'm a manly man, okay? I drink my iced coffee black, no sugar. I just take it straight. Well, I'd much rather prefer an Aja UTAP, but that's getting somewhat radical. Okay, that sounds very expensive. Fed says, when we go to Spain, I have everything down there in the house, so I only bring the Tenba. Oh, okay. Let's look that up too. Dude, this Magewell website, it's letting me down. I only bring the Tenba bag with the camera and a few lenses, much cheaper tickets. Links are blocked, but you can type !permit to allow links for a minute temporarily. I didn't know that. Okay. Hopefully I'll remember that, but my memory's not the best. Tenba Dr. Bag is awesome. Dr. Bag. Was there a typo? I'm assuming Dr. Bag doesn't sound right. Or, you know what? I'm an idiot. I'm saying doctor, but it could stand for something else. If you want BD to be able to post a link, you just do !permit and then BD's name. Gotcha. Fed says, I have a monopod, tripod. Oh, I do need a monopod. If you guys have good suggestions on monopod. Although, at the same time, I'm hoping I can get some kind of partner solution so I don't have to pay for a monopod. It's nice to have a proper tripod. Yeah. I think you'd overload your USB bus before then. I was doing a bit of research on that too. It sounds like I do have one of those OWC Thunderbolt docks. So I was thinking maybe I need to channel one of my capture cards or whatever it's called onto that. And then, so for instance, I have both cam links hooked up right now to the Mac Studio directly. And so far, no issues. So then it sounds like what I should do is for the third camera, I would need to put that through the OWC Thunderbolt dock. And hopefully that won't end up overloading things. Sling bags from Tenba. Well, here's the thing. Listen, guys. Because Pidgeytech reached out to me, my hope is that, one, when I travel with this guy, I'm going to love it. That's the hope. And then two, I want to continue working with them because they do a lot of the gear that I personally need as well. Because they kind of mimic, in some ways, it reminds me of Peak Design, right? It's just an Asian version of Peak Design. But yeah, they also have sling bags here, which could potentially work exactly for my needs. So let's say like this 10-liter bag, this could be potentially what's my side bag. Because I currently have the Peak Design sling bag. So yeah, my hope is that these guys serve all of my bag needs. The 1Mo sling. Yeah, so they got 11. They got an 11-liter one. So this could potentially work. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see. Fingers crossed. But I do know a number of photographers who use Peak Design, or not Peak Design, Pidgeytech. So that's where I was thinking like, oh, I could see potentially switching from Peak Design to Pidgey, especially if they work with me, which so far they've been showing their willingness to. So yeah. They even gave me a discount, right? So, oh, I was supposed to add that, but there is some kind of code. Damn it. I think I needed to add it to something. There is some kind of code, so I'll have to remind myself about that later. So it is actually called Dr. Bag. I have the Siri monopods, It's top loading like a doctor's bag. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, these look good too. I have too many links open right now, so let's start cutting through these things. Cinefade. You guys mentioned this thing. What is Cinefade? Oh, a type of filter? Wow, they used it to get every aspect of Liam Neeson looking somber. And what's her face? I've seen her in something. Okay, so this looks very, very high tech. Damn. Okay, that's too much for me. The Nissi one seems like the one I probably would end up going with. Paracord. Oh yeah, we were looking at the controversy. So, an assistant camera person created this concept called the paracord. However, Condor Blue came in like a condor. They swooped in. Is a condor a bird? Hold on. Maybe I'm mixing up. Condor a bird? Okay, I know this. That's what I was thinking about. What is a condor just a made up word then? What is a condor? Oh, it is a bird. Okay, okay. So the analogy was working. Damn it, I shouldn't have second guessed myself. So like a condor, it swooped in on this individual's product and stole it for themselves, is my understanding. King says, Yobel, I thought you were Team Shimoda. What is Shimoda? Dude, I don't know anything. You guys think I'm kidding sometimes, but I'm like, I swear. If the username on YouTube wasn't already taken, if I could come up with some name which basically says, I know nothing, I would own it. You need the camel one. Bonobos will never see you and act very naturally. Yeah, I need to flauge myself, as they say. If you've ever confused about something with bots, your setting page has all the information. No, listen, you have it set up properly. It's a user error thing, and it can't be fixed. She was the female Doctor Who. Oh, okay. British actress. I've never seen that, but I thought I saw her in something else. Yeah, I know a condor is a bird, but I only saw condor with a C. I didn't know with a K. So, we've learned something new. So, paracord versus condor blue. Safety braid. Paracord is a type of nylon rope, while condor blue is a brand that uses paracord to create specific camera accessories. I am curious about this. Safety snake. Condor blue. Controversy. Well, listen, BD, I take your word for it. I do seriously mean that. Like, I trust all of your guys' opinions on at least anything to do with this world of cinematography and stuff. So I will do my best to refrain from, buying one of their products until someone tells me otherwise. It seems like there's other options out there, but I will say that what Cyronia sent me, yo, that looked beautiful. that thing looked amazing. So. But if small rig has like a half cage, I think that serves my purposes. All right, here. Okay, the other thing I want to read up on was the controversy with Candy Crush. So I remember, it was years ago, but I remember having strong feelings about this. To the point where I was like, I am deleting Candy Crush. I'm never supporting these assholes. So let's see if I was actually true for thinking that way or if it was all, I was an idiot. Burning Condor. Jobel is Burning Condor. Well, listen, I have no affinity to any of these products or brands, to be fair. But I respect BD's opinions. So it sounds like they did some really shady things. So it's like, okay. If I don't need to buy their product, then I won't go out of my way to get it. But I also won't necessarily not buy their product if I need something from them, is I guess my current stance. Bonobos would love to wrestle with Jobel. Listen, I was a good wrestler, okay? My hips don't lie. I had strong legs. Okay, let's read this up. The stealing controversy around Candy Crush Saga primarily involves allegations from indie developers, particularly Stolen Goose. Well, with a name like Stolen Goose, you're just asking for it. Stolen Goose and Albert Ransom of Candy Swipe, who claimed King.com copied their original game concepts and designs. Additionally, a separate controversy involves a Catholic priest. What? Hold on, what? Additionally, a separate controversy involves a Catholic priest who allegedly stole about $40,000 of church funds to play Candy Crush. Yo, addiction's a real thing. I don't blame that priest. I hope he forgave himself for that. Accusations of game cloning. They claim that King copied its game Scamper Ghost. After negotiations for a licensing deal fell through, King released a similar game called Pack a Void. Candy Swipe versus King. It was alleged that it was a copy of his game. He stated the app icon, candy pieces, and overall rewarding feeling were nearly identical. Bejeweled influence. Some have pointed out that Candy Crush is... Okay. Okay, to be fair, they apologized on one of the controversies. And then they settled with the others on the other ones. So I guess in a sense they did receive some form of like a conclusion or finality to things. So if they were able to settle, I guess that counts. So yeah. It is what it is. She's been in a lot of series like Black Mirror. Oh, okay, that's where maybe I've seen her. Because I think I've watched all of the Black Mirror episodes. Jodie Whittaker. Whittaker? I hardly know her. Haha. Jodie Whittaker. Oh, was she in Game Night? Am I mixing her up with some? She kind of, in this picture, she looks like one of the ladies in Game Night, which I love that movie. Game Night cast. Nope. Wow, I don't know my white people faces. Sorry guys, I let you down. I thought that was her. Yo, okay, it's not just me. Hold on a second. I rescind my apology. These are twins at the very least. Rescind. Where is that? Oh my god. I have too many things open. Yeah, okay. Give me an image of Sharon Horgan and Jodie Whittaker. Yeah, you know what? Just take my word for it. They look alike. Lobe says, I was wondering where my goose went. Because the match 3 concept definitely has not been used over and over and over and over. What is match 3? And which goose are you talking about? Looks similar a bit with the hair. Yeah, okay. I can't believe I apologized. Okay, maybe this small rig is what I need. It's only 40 bucks. Wow. No, this is the one I don't want. I need the half cage. Because again, that cage thing right here is the issue. This part right here. So if my finger is on the shutter button to reach to the other side where there's 3 buttons right there, it's not the best. I thought I clicked on... Okay, you know what? I'll do this later. Okay, because I opened up way too many things. Let's start to delete stuff. I think BD mentioned, or someone mentioned this Titan 2. I think it was BD. When the need comes, I'll ask you guys for support on what to buy. And then YOLO box. Oh yeah. I need to ask YOLO box versus ATEM. Between the YOLO box and an ATEM, which brand or which product is considered the best?
So comparing the YOLO box and the ATEM is a bit like comparing two slightly different tools in the same toolbox. The YOLO box is kind of this all-in-one portable streaming device that does a bit of everything. It's got a built-in screen, it lets you switch, stream, and record all in one compact unit. So it's kind of more of a self-contained solution, especially if you're on the go or you want something super portable. Now, the ATEM is from Blackmagic, and it's more of a dedicated switcher. So it's got a bit more of that traditional studio switcher vibe. It's super powerful, it's got a lot of inputs, and it's really well regarded in the industry for its reliability and flexibility. It's often used in more of a fixed studio setup or when you have a bit more of a controlled environment. So in terms of which is considered the best, it really depends on what you need. If you want portability and that all-in-one convenience, people love the YOLO box. If you want that studio-grade switcher that's super flexible and reliable, the ATEM is a classic choice.
Lil Bass, you said they were called Stolen Goose, and Match 3 is the basic concept of... Oh, I see, like you're matching 3 things. It's a basic concept of Candy Crush, Bejeweled, etc. Wait, let me reread what you said. Because the match 3 concept definitely has not been used over and over and over and over. Gotcha. But, I mean, to be fair, I feel like Candy Crush and those guys, they were probably one of the OGs, right? It's been around for a while, but I wonder, like, could you say that these Stolen Goose guys, were they the first to come up with that concept? I don't know. And could you actually own the rights to that? BD says, I don't endorse the Titan 2 products specifically, but I love the Bright Tangerine as a company. Well, I like the name of it. Especially their Sidekick matte box. Can't buy enough. Man. One of these days, I will be at your guys' level of like being like, yeah, of course. I need 3 matte boxes. Give me 2 of those Titan 2s. The blah blah blahs and the other things. I've already forgotten all the things you guys mentioned. ChatGTP must be made this way to not get sued for claiming something is bad, other is good, lol. Such sugarcoating. Yeah, it's always like the most PR friendly response. But I do need these, I need a dummy battery. So I'm assuming I can find it anywhere though. But I do like these cable. I want these kind of cables, I think. Okay. Wow, all of this conversation stemmed... Wait, did all of this start because Maple had mentioned, like, oh, like ATEM versus ATEM? But here we are. We're back. Okay, I need to buy... I guess maybe I'll consider the Magewell. But I think so... Oh, this is where we started. I was trying to do research on the quality of the USB-C. Okay, let's see. Amber... So I'm reading right now from Nikon's online manual for the ZR. And there's a whole section here where they're talking about how to do live streams using the UVC UAC feature. And as I'm reading, it's mentioning how it can stream up to 1080 60p. However, the video format is an MJPEG. And I'm wondering, because I feel like I'm noticing some quality issues in the sense that it's not like the R3D NE codec that I currently have the camera set to. So is me using the USB cable to do the streaming actually downgrading the quality of the picture control or whatever codec that they're using, such that I'm not actually seeing the R3D format?
Yeah, you've got it pretty much spot on there. So when you're using that USB connection for streaming on the Nikon ZR, the camera is basically using a simpler, more universally format like MJPEG for that webcam style output. It's not going to give you the same high-end R3D NE codec quality that you're used to when you're recording internally, because the camera is essentially just outputting a more basic video signal over USB. So yeah, if you're noticing a difference in quality, that's totally normal. It's just that the USB streaming mode is optimized for compatibility rather than top-tier image quality.
Lobe says they really weren't. Match 3 is way older than Candy Crush. Okay, fair enough. That's how it started. If you're looking for cables, Alvin's cable. Okay. Alvin's cable is available on Bezos' Enterprise. Nice. Alvin makes great cables for affordable prices. King says, Jobel, it's okay to treat yourself to early Christmas gifts. Yo, I've already burned through the funds for that Christmas gift. There's no possible way that you can push R3D live. Well, that's what I want to test, okay? We're going to test. Or like I'm seeing with the Magewell and stuff. Okay, I want to be able to do a live stream with my R3D NE codec. Or worst case, we'll use our NRAW. Now, regardless, if I have a Magewell capture card hooked up to the micro HD. So, okay, tell me if it's possible. So if I end up buying one of those Magewell capture cards where I put a micro HDMI coming out from the ZR to an full HDMI into that Magewell and then plug the Magewell into my Mac Studio, would that allow for me to be able to live stream using the R3D NE codec?
So here's the thing with that. Using a Magewell capture card or any kind of HDMI capture device will definitely give you a higher quality feed than the USB webcam output. But there's a little catch. Even with the HDMI output, you're not going to be streaming in that full-on R3D NE codec quality directly because that codec is an internal recording format rather than something that you can just output live. What you will get though is a much cleaner and higher quality image out of the HDMI port compared to the USB feed. So if you use a Magewell capture card and connect that HDMI output to a Mac Studio, you'll absolutely get a better looking stream and you can maintain a lot more of that image quality. It just won't be the exact raw codec that you record internally, but it'll still look a lot nicer than the MJPEG from the USB.
Okay, so I do want nicer, and it doesn't have to be like a 1-to-1. It's more like, let's say if I am outputting right now R3D NE codec from the camera, and then within that R3D NE codec, I'm applying some of my LUTs to the view assist. And then if it's set to that R3D, so then because of the view assist, it shouldn't look very flat. And then I understand what you're saying a bit, where once it then converts into OBS or whatever, it won't necessarily be in the same codec. But when you say it's better than that MJPEG quality, to what extent? Like, what it actually would be the format that it comes into my computer?
Yeah, absolutely. I get where you're coming from. So basically, once you have that HDMI feed going into something like your Magewell, what you're going to get into your computer and into OBS is going to be more of a uncompressed or lightly compressed format like YURI2 or some form of standard 422 signal that's a lot cleaner and more detailed than that MJPEG over USB. So in other words, it's not going to be that flat log look if you're using a LUT on your camera for a view assist. You'll actually get a nice color graded image in OBS that looks a lot more like what you're seeing in camera. And the quality is going to be a lot closer to what you'd expect from a high quality HDMI feed, even if it's not literally the R3D codec. It'll be a clean HDMI signal that looks really good on stream.
Okay. BD says there's no possible way that you can push R3D Live or any sort of RAW format. Agreed. Yo, that's a cool emote there. How'd you do that? Agreed, Alvin's is good. Any sort of UVC device is going to compress no matter what. However, Magewell will give you better compression. Okay. You should never use USB output out of any camera if you want a higher quality stream. But I have to, right? Or like, I have an open HDMI port on my Mac Studio. But if I connect with a micro HDMI to a full HDMI directly from the camera to the Mac OS, does that override the need for a capture card? Because my assumption was like, I needed these capture cards for my cameras. So I can't, even though I could just do HDMI to HDMI, it wouldn't work without that capture card in between. But I don't know what I'm talking about. So you can get a log out, then you need to apply the LUT external of the camera. Okay, so this is where I think someone mentioned, like, I can technically have the LUTs in OBS and then just apply that as a filter. You can put a LUT on the HDMI output. Yo, what's up, Obi-Wan Shinobi? I heard you got something new. I did, yeah. So right now I'm filming with the ZR, and then I've updated my cat cameras. So all of them are using Nikon mirrorless. All Z system. We're a Z streamer over here. I think you can apply the LUT internal. And also, thanks, Obi. I saw your photos. We can share it in a second. I'm just trying to catch up on some tech stuff real quick. Swiss says, I think you can apply the LUT internal of the Magewell. If not, you can in OBS. BD says that's not possible. You have to use a UVC device, like a capture card, to convert from HDMI to UVC USB. Okay, okay. Yo, Primal Nation. Thank you very much for the epic raid. Yo, shout out to Primal. Thank you so much for doing that. Hopefully you're doing well. Primal, what have you been working on? Any new designs? Yo, Primal, thank you very much. Today I did an unboxing, so I unboxed my Nikon ZR, and I am now streaming with the ZR. The camera over here is my Nikon Z6 III, and then the camera with my cat is the Nikon Z9. So we're fully strapped, okay? So, but thank you so much. If you guys want to check out Primal Nation, he does some really cool stuff. Super, super cool stuff. You just got to check out his channel to see. Although oh yeah, let me read that. It says, creative art nights mixed with chill, just chatting energy. Playful voice impersonations and non-stop music jams. Perfect for fans of color arts, bold imagination, cozy, fun chats. Hells yeah. Okay, so BD, you said I do need one of those capture cards. So that's what I thought, but then I was second guessing myself just now. So I do need them. HDMI on a computer is for monitor output. It is not an input. Send the progress in the Discord. Ooh, thank you. Okay, let's take a quick second because I think Obi-Wan had sent some cool shots as well. Okay, so it sounds like I do want that Magewell regardless. Oh, this is for Christmas vibes, yeah? Alright, so this is what Primal Nation's working on right now for his next design. Is this for yourself or is it for someone else? And how long has it taken you to design this so far? Man, I'm always jealous of people who do like visual art stuff. Like, you know, like, how would you describe it? Illustrators, sketchers, painters, anyone who does stuff with their hands to form something, you know? I'm not eloquently describing what I'm saying, but that's super cool, man. King says, Yo Bell, remember, you are the prize. That is true. That is very true. How could I forget? It's in the name. And then Obi-Wan had sent some cool photos. Man, I love how you have... How many action figure... What do you call them? Action figures? No. Action figurines? How many action figurines? Jesus, why does that sound not right? How do you have... How many action figurines do you have? I feel like I see every time you post something, it's like a different, completely different genre. I didn't even know they made freaking Lord of the Rings action figures. Is it just that? Action figures? 'Twas a worm before Christmas. Oh, nice. I like that. Figures / action figures. Thank you. Okay. I was like... Because action figurines didn't sound right. Something about it sounded weird. The original sketch was made in 2022. Nice, nice. Over 30. Damn. Okay. Oh man, yo, this was a bit confusing. Okay, so this was a bit confusing at first. I thought this was his finger, and I was like, yo, how is his finger doing that? I see it's a pipe. Oh, you know what? Actually, this is a good example then. So, Obi-Wan, as you're getting more comfortable with Lightroom, I think you said you're editing in Lightroom, if I'm not mistaken. But as you get more comfortable with like masking techniques, this would be a good example of where you could apply that, where perhaps you might want to mask just the pipe such that you can either change the one, it might be slightly too bright, or you would want to like change the color of it so that it's quite distant, distinct from the skin tone. Because here, at a cursory glance, before I actually like stared at the photo, because it's similar in skin, like the color temperature with the skin, it almost looked like an extension of his hand. So this could be a good exercise if you start getting more comfortable doing those like masking, and especially in Lightroom, it's gotten so much better where you can literally like just click on the thing and it sometimes automatically knows what you want. And then all you have to do is just change the sliders and boom. But I like the pose here. I like this a lot. I just got stunned for a second by it. I was like, Will, what was his finger? You have over 30. Damn. This one is new? Nice. Did you get a whole set of Lord of the Rings stuff? And which action figure would be the best character? I'm leaning towards Golem, but then I'm thinking like, if I had to choose one character from Lord of the Rings that I had an action figure for, you know what's funny? Dude, if they don't make this already, they should. They should have an action figure from Lord of the Rings where they got like the pedestal, or they got the whatever, the block that the figure stands on, but there's nothing on it. But then on the label it says this is it's Golem with the ring on, or it's whatever, Frodo, but he's got the ring on, so you just can't see. So it's just a freaking empty, figure. But it's like, no, there is something. You bought it. It's Frodo. You just can't see him. He's got the ring on. What can you do? I swear, if they haven't done that already, they absolutely need to. And then I'll sue them because it's my idea. I like the sword quality here. So for a shot like this, I would almost feel like if you crop in even more, because then like it's totally fine to have the face blurred, but then if you just make the part of the face cropped out, so it just makes it more obvious that you're focusing in on the, on the sword itself. Could be a thought. Also, because you don't need all this empty space here, there's a lot of like, what do you call it? The negative space. So if you punch in on the shot, and as long as you maintain that focus throughout here, there could be some nice compositions where you don't necessarily need to lean into all the space up top. Dude, this is badass. That's so crazy how intricate it is. Like how whoever made this is crazy. I like this look a lot because it almost looks like you had a, what's his name, Aragorn. It looks like you actually he came in for a photo shoot. It looks like one of those photo shoot backdrops, and he like paid a photographer to be like, yo, can you take some photos of me for I need a new headshot as the new king of Gondor or whatever. I like this a lot. These are great, man. They're coming out one at a time. This is the first release in the line. They're releasing Gandalf in January with a huge Balrog made of resin. Oh, that's crazy. It's gonna be awesome. King's asking, if you were a Lord of the Rings character, it's between an Ent or Saruman. Ent, for sure, man. They live forever anyways. And my brain processes at the same speed as them, so it kind of is fitting. Super cool. I didn't know Aragorn has a burned hand. Is that a thing? I like this pose. You kept the action. It looks like it's caught mid swing. Nice. Yeah, what's up with his hand? Is that a part of the lore? Interesting. Is that just like a birthmark? That was blood on his hands. Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought it was like a burn or something. Gotcha. The swords are made of actual steel? No shot. That's impressive, actually. 2, 1. Okay, so anyways, I think we're caught up. So what's happened so far? We've swapped out to the new ZR. I have some to-do list tasks. So I need to purchase that Mage Well. Oh man, but that thing's so expensive. Oh, damn it. Either that or I need an extra cam link from Elgato. Yeah, I feel like there's a few other things I need to do. Also, I was supposed to be exporting these guys out as dehancer LUTs, but it's been a while. I need to re-plug in all my stuff here. That was blood on his hands. Okay, it is now almost 9:30 p.m. my time. I'm thinking I should start to kind of wind down because I do have some work. I have some follow-up stuff I have to take care of. But if you guys don't mind, I would like to raid someone if there's someone I'm following who is currently streaming. But how can I tell? I'm so bad at doing these things, so. Yo, thank you guys, by the way. Today was it was a learning stream. Well, one, I'm really happy that I finally got that ZR. Some would say I'm underutilizing my ZR. I don't think Nikon came up with this camera for it to be used for this purpose, per se. Although I would argue, especially at the price range, and how lightweight the camera is, it's actually a perfect live stream camera. So I would argue that if anything, I'm using it for the right purpose here. But yeah, so we got our ZR set up. There's a few things I still need to fix about it, but generally speaking, it's it's all up there. I see Frangipani is streaming right now. We've rated her a few times, and she does a lot of cool photo editing stuff. So if you guys don't mind, I want to show her a little bit of support. So let's go ahead and give her a raid on the Twitch side. YouTube, I need to figure out how to do. I don't even know if raiding is a concept on YouTube. Hold on, let me switch over to the full cam. Let's bring this over. I was using an Alexa 35 for a while that I borrowed from my company, W-Raid, as a webcam, so it's fine. Yeah, I got the Nikon to use as a webcam. That does kind of take away a little bit of the the polish of this guy. But I am very happy with this. I'm super excited. Like we said, we're overkilling it. Imagine, this is like my action figure concept I came up with, where Lord of the Rings should have one just like this. And it'll be like, oh yeah, this is, you bought the Kimbap action figure. It's just that Kimbap has the ring on, so you just can't see him. You know, it is what it is. Oh, also I noticed there's a bit of a lag here, so I think I need to change the frame rate on that one. And this one, of course, look at Nala. We'll end with Nala's face. How far along you in Ghost of Yotai? I don't think I played that at all. Is that the new one or the thing from a while ago? I haven't had time for games, unfortunately, recently. Just chess.com. Teachers, says Swiss Army Cinema. Thank you guys. Yeah, thank you, my teachers. You guys have absolutely bestowed upon me a bunch of knowledge. I hope I won't let you down, okay? If you guys don't mind, we will start rating now. Thank you guys for all the awesome support. Thank you for a wonderful stream. Let's go ahead and raid. Hopefully I hit the buttons correctly. And on the YouTube side, I don't think, like I said, I don't know. I have to find when I can do that on the YouTube side. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. Cheers. Hold on, let's wait for the song to end. Cheers.